All right, people, how we doing out there? I got an appointment earlier today. I got to go take care of some business, but I do have time to work on a few things here with the cardboard build. And yesterday, in the middle of doing the detail work, putting on doors, shingles, um, some detail work needed to bring out the little town a little bit better, I got blessed with an idea to build a laboratory, observatory. Interesting word, observatory, which we're going to nickname the Stargazer or Starfinder. Something's going to have some kind of strange name to it, but that's what I'm pretty much I think I'm going to go with. So anyway, I wanted the house to have a kind of a kooky look to it, look more like a little bit of a machine. We are going to build a nice little robot that sits on the side of the cliff, edge of the cliff. And it's going to be a nice little interesting build we're going to be adding to our village, which we've been building piece by piece. Every piece here that we have here is actually was done piece by piece. There's nothing here that we built, already built, or basically has a box that was built. We built everything literally piece by piece. I was just on Facebook showing this off, and now I got a little bit of a fan base sugaring off over there over cardboard sculptures. I guess that's what they call it. So that's what we've been working on. I came in earlier to get some of the stuff done because, like I said, I got appointments today I have to be to, and I started working on the telescope because it's a telescope that comes out of this thing, and I'm working on that. And I had to make the props for the telescope so it stays up in one place, and there it is sitting up there. I worked on a little bit when I came in. So I am going to be putting in a spiral staircase that's going to wrap around. It's going to come down. It's going to connect here with a little base here, a little platform here, so you can get out from here to there. And I'm also going to be building some other high mountain sides on the back of here. Just not too high, but just a little bit, because I want some scenery back there. I want to put some trees and stuff back there that kind of carry over top the houses and stuff. And then we have lighting to put in, stuff like that. So it's a lot we have to do with it, but other than that, it's going to be quite nice when we get done with it. So it actually has grown a little bit more because on this side we have a little higher mountain. I'm going to put a couple of houses in here. I do plan to put a nice little countryside here with a little tree house protruding out for the kids in here, and I think I'm going to open up the tavern door. Some of these doors I need to swing open a little bit so we can show there's some activity going on there. So yeah, because I got to put screens in there as I did with the other one. All right, so I'm going to start getting working on this now because, again, I got a lot to do today. Let me start removing some of these houses so I can have some room over here to build. I think I'm going to widen my staircase to the pier a little bit too. I do want that to be a little bit wider. It's too small. And we have to add shingles to this. We'll be working on that also today. And on top of that, I got a robot to build. Got a little metal man to put together. It's going to have individual screws all in it, so Lord gave me blueprints to put all that together. The numbers, all that stuff I'm going to put on it, and hazard stickers showing that it is electricity charged, and my machinery and equipment will be here soon. So I'm going to start working on my other part of my project. That machine we're building, that Cyberpunk PC, is not just, there's a purpose for it. It involves Connect technology. That's why we have to build it, because apparently when I put these together, I had no point in using 3.0s. I didn't think we were going to need them for anything. And now I found out I need the 3.0s because the Connect system won't run without them. So we can't even use it, all the equipment we purchase and software we have, because we don't have the 3.0s. And they don't make an adapter for them. So got to build a whole new machine for it somewhat. So that's that project. So I figure if I'm building one, I'll just put some pizzazz into it. All right, so our house is going to be a little different. It is going to be something a little crazy. I don't want the dome. I want something completely different. I want to keep it medieval as much as possible. This is where our crooked, I want a crooked shaped telescope coming from there. So we're going to take this piece right here that we already built, and we're going to place this right here, like so. And we're going to have, it's going to have a kind of a Dr. Seuss kind of look to it. That's what I was kind of going for, a little crazy, kind of kooky Dr. Seuss. This guy's a little different from all the other people in the town, you know what I mean? He's the inventor, he designs crazy stuff, machines and stuff. There's actually going to be a robot sitting up there over the side, just checking out the town, just curious to see what it's like down there. And he's basically a friendly robot at the end of the day, but he was built out of materials that came from a comet that crashed. And basically, as we start to building these things, because I said before, I want to actually run a warehouse, and we're going to build actually different sections of pieces of it and connect it together to put this whole entire kingdom together. So this is the front of the little front we're going to have right here, as it looks like teeth. So it's designed to make the front look like a robot. So he's a little futuristic than the rest of them. So we got some cool stuff we want to put together with this. So let's begin, because like I said, I got important dates I have to meet with today, and I'm really excited about this. I did what I saw in my head when I wanted to put together, and what the Lord gave to us. Now, for those of you who don't know, our company, everything we do is Christian based. You're going to hear me talk about God a lot, because I do love my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Again, I got to give glory. He allowed me to build all this stuff. So, you know, I don't see how people at the end of the day can accept blessings from God and you don't give him his thanks at the end of the day. We believe in giving God his thanks. So all this we have here all comes from God. The Lord gives me visions and tells me, hey, this is how you're going to put it together. This is how you're going to assemble it. This is what it's going to look like. And we put it all together. So same thing with my PCs and everything around me is all from God. So let's begin on this, our project here. All right, I want to do a trim around this, definitely. Didn't I just cut off some boards for the trim for that? I'm pretty sure I think I did. But we'll get some more on the floor. I want to make that a little bit wide. Let me get my glue gun glued in. Hopefully don't get messy, because I got to be somewhere. Taco is watching cartoons, I think. I'm going to show you some of the patterns we're going to use for the castle. I found some beautiful flexible tile panels that are going to make the castle look absolutely elegant. I like the castle that they had on Dungeon Defenders. The inside of that castle level. Oh man, I love how they did that. That inside, I have to get pictures of that. I want to build that. I want to build it. Look with the fountains and all that. I want to build that. That castle was absolutely gorgeous. Okay. Now, I'm going to put on a little medieval music, which I like to listen to while I work. Another blessed day with our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Put that on my air. And let's start the loop in here. I don't think you want to fully pull this whole loop out. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. I don't know. It's okay, maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe short a little. Yeah, we'll have to short by a couple inches. There. I can fill that in with no problem. That's not a problem. Where's the glue gun at? Glue gun, glue gun, glue gun, glue gun. What's behind us? Okay. Stand nice and flat here. Let me see, buddy. I'm working. Listen to your trim. Trim has to be done. Get off of there. That ridge right there. Get that done. And yes, it does have its own mountain. That's the mountain piece we built. That fits to the side of it. It's going to have a support system that is going to connect it here and here to give it more better support. Even though it's going to glue there, I do want a support system here and here from it. All this is part of this establishment also too. He is responsible for the mechanics of the powered water mill right here. So he's part of that, all that technology for that over there. So on top of so we're going to build our supports here and here, and then we're going to show you how to put in a spiral staircase. Yeah. So yeah, I found out it's called cardboard sculptures. That's what it's called. And I've seen some of the builds where they do have kits. These are not kits. You literally are the kit maker. You are making all the parts, all the pieces, everything assembling, everything together, piece by piece. Yeah, all this was built out of Amazon boxes. So I ordered a lot of stuff, and the boxes stack up, and I thought, gotta do something with them. I actually just started from building one of these worlds over here, and I'm actually going to be building a cube system around that to show off some new technology we're working on. And I got to liking to build these houses so much, I started building bigger ones, which you get the bigger ones back there. And then this all bloomed out because I saw an AMSR video where they showed this beautiful village. I'm like, oh, I want that village. And boom, that's how it all started. And then sometimes we have free time because right now we're waiting for stuff. We build stuff. Like saying COVID, I built the catapult the size of a Volkswagen. It worked too on top of that. I'm going to build me another one, actually a much larger one day. But I actually built a small miniature version of a catapult, which I was not supposed to have because it's a catapult, by the way. But I did build one. It wasn't really hard to do. I had to go to Home Depot and get the lumber and everything to put that thing together. Built the small one first and I built the large one later. And yeah, that thing could fire. The slingshot version, I haven't figured that one out yet. That's a bit of interesting calculations to put that together. But yeah, I built one. So now we're in here doing this. At one point, we were working with cardboard with boxes that were already made already. And, you know, oh, what the heck is this? There's such a thin little piece right here. What are we putting this for? This has got to be for something. I cut this for something. But yeah, we were building with regular boxes. And, you know, we get people out there say some very rude, nasty things. That's what they do anyway. We're used to it. But anyway, they're saying, well, you can't build regular. You don't know me at all, period. Trust me. There's a lot of things you don't know about me. You don't know about the things I research and things I study, things I design and build. You don't know anything about me at all, period. People always figure they have me figured out. No, you don't know anything about me. Trust me. You think my intelligent level just speaks to? Yeah, I build some crazy stuff, man. I got stuff at my home front that I'm designing that you would have to crack a couple books to understand exactly what we're doing over there. A lot of books. Everywhere I go, my technology expands and absorbs that place. Everywhere I go. Everywhere it starts off with one PC, 2, 3, 4, 5, multiple monitors, screens, floors, ceilings, sculptures, build, design, test. Everywhere I go, our technology goes into a place and expands that place. So we can advance that place with our technology. So now we're in here building little villages now. This is going to come fantastic for my train system. I have a train system that I've actually built sculptures for my train systems. Tunnels, bridges, all that stuff, all by hand. Scenery, everything. So I'm looking at some of that stuff is expensive. I'm like, gee whiz, are we doing how much for a bridge? I was like, man, I can build it myself. And I got one. Custom built the way I wanted it. Oops, let me go. But if you can build this stuff, man, you can also build gingerbread houses. So I went to school for baking and all that stuff, and yeah, I can build some crazy gingerbread houses. It's not literally the same thing. Very same thing, except for this would be gingerbread. More like a hard cookie version of it, not like the cake. That would not work at all, period. cool. Let me see what I need here. I think I'm gonna plug you thing over here. What are you doing to that? You're fighting here. A lot of fun. So I got a friend of mine who wants a castle build. He's gonna pay me $1,000 to put it together. It's not a normal castle. It's quite big. It's not too big, but it's something he will put on top of his desk. So he wants the sculpture built. So put this in together. Dragons, soldiers, the whole 9 yards, everything. But when we get time for it, right now, I am busy. All right, let me see. We have the, why don't we just use this for the ridge? I think we'll cover the whole thing, and then I don't have to go in and have to fit something in there either. So I think I'm gonna go with this instead. This. There instead. All right, here. Blue buttons heating up. You can't miss it. It's the house that looks like a machine. I built that flower, that strainer hat that then the professor had on Back to the Future. I built that thing. I'm gonna build me another one. Lights up and everything. I'm gonna build me another one to rock wear around. Now much easier now because you can buy the light bulbs that are run off these little USBs. Put me another one together. I wonder what the purpose of that thing was he had on his head. See how the dock, how his world is? That's my world. That is my world right there. Oh, look at that beautiful village. That is gorgeous. Gotta be organized in there somewhere, but I do like to have my area covered in whatever I'm building over here and projects here and there. So, for me to have a normal house where you have, I don't know what, I guess you have your, I don't know how you would say a normal house, but you know, your average normal house, that's not for me. That's not me. My place is not like having, like, I had to have that at one point because I was with someone, but for me, man, it'd be like a work table here, work table over here, we got building this over here, building this over here, got this huge massive command chair, giant screens wrapped around me. Yeah, that's my world at the end of the day. That is my world at the end of the day. Bookcases filled with all kinds of computer parts, and out back, got a wood area where I can actually work with power tools and build and construct entire building structures. See, that's my world. I can go in and, with that type of equipment, build me a nice little structure. I could do the floors so they're completely see-through, the walls are see-through because we developed an engineering technology. I can literally build an entire cube out of all plexiglass and make it breathable with no problem. And insulate it because the Lord taught me that. And build a wooden structure around it. So put the projectors on the outside so that way they can basically turn the walls into any atmosphere that I want. How cool would that be at the end of the day to build a structure like that to chill in? So I can sit there in my chair that rotates 360 all the way around and have screens from the top, bottom, and all around me that are changed because there's actually projectors on the other side. I can literally put that entire structure together. Those screens I built, all those screens and stuff I built, levitating screens, and I built this standalone motorized projection screen that had on my backyard to hang up my screens. All that comes from God. Now, sad but true, we all go through this. You have people that are very bitter by this, very upset because, they felt that Mr. Bird would have went out of business by now or something. I don't know what they're planning, but anyway. But God has other plans for us. So, no, I don't know how you would pray on something like that, how that would work. I wonder how God feels about that. Someone praying about trying to destroy one of his Christians. They don't realize, it's interesting how man walks on this earth and really believes 100% that he has some sort of power. It's interesting. Not realizing that person who thinks he's Mr. Big Bad Guy today, there's something far worse than you here waiting looking at you every single day. It's got great plans for you. He wants to meet you. You don't want to meet it, trust me. So, probably looking at you like, oh, look at him. He thinks he's tough, huh? But wait till he gets a chance to see what I look like. See what I said? You don't know what you're getting yourself into. So, walking with Jesus. Like I said, I had a guy who had millions and millions of followers. He was actually promoting our product. This is where the other one came in and got nasty with him because he tried to convince him that my products were fraudulent. And the guy had one of my screens. He said, look, we already know who you are at the end of the day. And warned him to, go somewhere else. And this is where this individual got nasty with him and felt the need to involve his wife and his family. And now your address is public domain. You can't go around doing that nonsense anymore, can you? Acting tough on camera and behind a phone or your computer. Want to be calling people out of their names and threatening their family and kids and stuff because you're upset and angry. Can't do that no more. I told you, Fernando is going to pay for what he's done in blood. I see it. Where he's going at the end of the day, it's going to be paid in blood. I saw things about these people. It's not good. And the reason why, like I said, where he's going, yeah, he's going to pay in blood. They're not very nice places where these people are going. These places have a habit of very, 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 very violent outcomes. So, some of the stuff I've seen and witnessed, I thank the Lord every single day that I haven't become a victim to that. God is amazing. Imagine that. How good he is to make sure that his servant wouldn't be subjected to that. Let me see. Put it in here. Laboratory. Observatory. You're getting the dexters mixed up with that one. It sounds like a dexter. Here's something about laboratory. Talking about area designed to spot the stars. Alright, I gotta get a name for our robot that basically he built the house around, because he found the robot first. I'm going to go back to my world, those are beautiful things. My Lord said, concentrate on your world. Directing you to do go. This one nice right there. Let's go here. Our windows are going to have a kind of a telescope design to them. He has interesting windows. His windows are designed to contract out. You know, because he likes to study and research everything. It's kind of like a fictional character of May. What he can tell people about this meteor that crashed, he's actually researching, has great interest and interesting power. So instead of powering things by steam and water, this machine has some type of energy source, which he's researching for the good of the kingdom. Soon, in one of these builds, you may see a powered blimp, which I'm planning to build. It's not even steam powered. It's powered by this meteor rock. So now we had to construct the meteor rock. Thank you, Lord, for another blessed day, goodness, mercy, everlasting love. Thank you. Allowing us to get up and see another beautiful brand new day. Did you pray and thank the Lord for allowing you to get up and rise and rejoice and see another day? Did you thank Him? Many people don't think about that. Then again in the morning, give God thanks for nothing. Get up, start eating food, your breakfast, get all cleaned up, whatever. Eat your food, your breakfast. Don't give Him thanks for the food. Don't give Him thanks for nothing. Get in the car, drive off. Get on the bus, just take off. Nothing at all. Not a thing. Nothing. But we start praying when things pop up along the way. Maybe the boss wants to talk to you about something. Now you feel you may lose your job. Somebody cut you off on the side of the road and things get a little hairy. Almost get hit by a car or a truck or something happen. And now we start bringing God into the picture. Where was God when you woke up? Where was God? Did you start your day with Jesus? You didn't start your day with Jesus, and guess who you started your day with? Satan. Yeah, there's only two people at the end of the day, only two beings in the day. There's only Satan in between, God and the devil. So if you haven't started your day with Jesus, you start your day with Satan. And you know what Satan's plans are, right? So you're going to need Jesus to cancel out Satan's plans. I saw this video on YouTube where this guy rides by in a bike, and the guy's in the car, and he sees the bike pass by, and he sees death chasing the guy. And then right behind death, you see Jesus chasing death. And you see Jesus tackle death and take him out. That's a person who prayed in the morning. I look at that, so that's a person who prayed in the morning and put God first. And here comes death chasing his bike right behind him. And here comes Jesus right behind death, took death clean out. How do you start your day? Do you start your day with God, or you start your day with the devil? One's trying to give you everlasting life, the other one's trying to kill you. It's me. Ooh. I think I'm going to cut these branches today. And I almost forgot about that. It's weird how you remember stuff when in your youth you remember some of the crazy stuff you see. I remember when I was a kid, we had this couple, older couple, and you would see this white powder all around their car. You would see it on their steps. You would see it on the porch. It was this weird looking white powder. And you're like, what the heck is that? Because when I first saw it, I was like, what is this? And they said, oh, that couple over there, they're into voodoo. So they put this powder and stuff all around the car. I don't know what the purpose of that was for. But anyway, yeah. So I'm like, man, these people going to hell. I mean, me also was going there too because I wasn't doing too hot myself. I was actually getting in a lot of trouble. But still, I was like, they actually believed that that powder or whatever it was, that was going to protect their vehicle at the end of the day. Are you asking the devil for protection? Ain't nothing about that. He's trying to protect you. He's trying to kill you at the end of the day. He's trying to murder you as fast as he possibly can. So your opportunity here is squashed. You don't have no chance to get saved. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to close that door permanently on you. You want to use the devil's protection? That's not going to work. So they would go out, they'd call themselves putting hexes on people, curse on you. I look at them like, you ain't trying to curse on anybody, you ain't trying to curse on me. I ain't believing in stuff. People get scared and they believe in that nonsense. There you go. Like that whole thing with, I was watching Everybody Hates Chris, and the woman came in, who wanted a refund, and she got mad at her because she wouldn't give her a refund. She put a curse on her. And she got all scared and prayed, oh my goodness, one thing go bad, ye of little faith. You start believing in that mumbo jumbo nonsense. And for those people who do that stuff at the end of the day, and they think, well, I don't fear you. I serve God. You know what kind of, you see that cross right there? We serve God. We are Christians. Person can come up, I've had people come up and say they're going to put a curse on me, and I laughed about it. I said, you have any idea who I serve? Everything in your dark world knows who my Lord and Savior is. God is King of all. Even the demons themselves, they fear him. They feared Jesus. When Jesus popped up, they were terrified. They were like, oh my goodness, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. Because there's a timeline when all this is supposed to go down. And they didn't know anything about Jesus. They had no idea he was going to be coming. That's why they were shocked when he popped up. Like, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. The time is not at hand, which means in the day there is a time that's supposed to happen because the demons even said it themselves. They're not supposed to be here. So they knew who he was, but the people didn't know who he was. But they didn't know he was even coming. And he looked at them and told them to be quiet and go, and they left. He gave command and they left. So that was it. They were terrified of him. Yeah. So, Jesus is all power. God is all power. So, make statements like that, I can look at you like, you have no idea the damage, the danger you put yourselves into when you make that statement to a Christian that you're trying to terrify them by making them believe you're going to put a curse on them. We get on our knees, we grab that Bible, we pray to our Lord. At the end of the day, that problem is distinguished. There will be no more problem. There will be no more problem at all. As a matter of fact, the same evil beings that you basically believe protect you will come to get you. I told you, I saw that pamphlet. I saw this pamphlet a long time ago. I found it on the street. Boy, that gave me so much understanding how God protects his people. At the end of the day, as a matter of fact, I even witnessed it myself. Firsthand how the Lord protects his people. But anyway, yeah. I saw that. I said, yep, that's God right there. That's definitely Jesus right there. And schoolgirls were bitter and upset with that Christian girl. And they decided that they were going to have some kind of seance and call in some dark demon to attack this girl, to torment her. And that demon came back, busted up, wing missing, freaking busted up. And he came back upset and angry and said, you never told me she was a Christian. Yeah, because he would have never stepped foot over there. He would have never stepped foot over there. An army of angels waiting for him. He got ripped up over there. And he took that anger out on them. He tormented them. He didn't tell me she was a Christian. He told me he was a Christian. He was like, oh, no. I'm not going over there. Oh, heck no. Got Michael the Archangel? No, you're not going over there. Michael the Archangel. You know that title? It's amazing. Michael the Archangel. Yeah, Michael. He's something else. He's powerful. Yeah. That's what you're dealing with. When you attack a Christian, you're dealing with lords, angels, their protectors who protect them against all who tries to bring harm against his people. And I've seen it firsthand. I saw it firsthand. I never forget that experience. I'll tell you something. God put you through an experience, you will never forget it, ever. You will never forget it. Never. It'll be with you for the rest of your life. Yep, I saw it firsthand. Saw it firsthand. Right up close and personal. How God protects his people. And that's interesting. You can't think about anything else. Nothing crosses in your mind. It doesn't cross in your mind like, man, I'm getting robbed because I got my sneakers on. No, it's not even there. What crosses your mind is what plays in your mind what you did to get that in that situation. Man, it played crystal clear. It played crystal clear. I didn't think of any other excuse. That's all I knew at the end of the day. Why whatever it was there because it wasn't human. And that's all I could think of is when I threatened my brother-in-law, I received the same thing back. But God was merciful because he didn't have to be. I'm still breathing, still here. He had to be merciful. I could have been killed right there on the spot. I was close enough for it. I was so close to that I couldn't even see the bullets in the revolver. And every single one of them, there's a bullet in each one of them. All he had to do was squeeze, or whatever it was had to squeeze because it wasn't human. Wasn't human. I could see that it wasn't human. It wasn't human because it had no face. That's how I knew something was definitely not. It wasn't a human being. I could see the sneakers. There was 3 of them. I could see their clothing, but when it got right up to the top, I'm looking at that revolver because I felt the pieces. I felt the metal was pressing against my forehead. They got me right across the forehead. It squeezed. I was gone. And when I looked up, there were no faces. For some reason, it was just dark in that one section. There's a street light right there, but where they're standing, it's dark. No faces. And the only thing I could think of, it played in my head over and over again. I could hear my voice over again, louder and louder and louder, when I said to my brother-in-law, I'll shoot you in the face. I'll shoot you in the face. And here I'm sitting with 3 whatever in my face with a gun to my head. I will never forget that as long as I live. Yep. So I figured, hey, whatever it is, I'm just going to shove it and run. And that's what I did. I pushed it. I don't know if it had a form or not. I didn't think about that. All I thought was just pushing and running. That's back when I was push and run. That was it. So I started zigzagging. So I figured if it fired a couple of rounds, if it even gets me in the shoulder, it's a hard target to hit when you're moving back and forth. So, yeah. So that's what I did. I started zigzagging. And when I got around the corner, and that's where my temper triggered off, I think these jokers got a nerve to come to my block and rob me. Not that fast. I already know why I'm there. I know why I'm there. But here comes Satan. Because, he never stops at the end of the day. So instead of me going around the corner going, oh man, I almost got killed at the end of the day, I got to go apologize to my brother-in-law. I got to go over there and tell him I'm sorry for what I did. I got to get that forgiveness because it's going to keep on going until I get that forgiveness. When you attack Christians, God will put pressure on you every day. Your everyday life becomes pressure. Every single day becomes pressure. Things don't work out. And the worst thing about it is when I tell people at the end of the day, if the Lord's not putting that pressure on you at the end of the day like that, that means that calling card ain't there. And if that calling card ain't there, then you might be one of the ones that may be meant to go to hell. You don't want that. That scares the daylights out of me. I'm glad God put that pressure on me. That was a beautiful thing and scary thing at the same time. It was scary because I knew not to mess with the Lord's people, but also too it was a blessing because the Lord spared my life because he could have taken it. Could have easily taken it, but he spared my life. And he was trying to get me to get my life together, to find him. But instead of me taking that opportunity to praise God I got upset and got angry at these fellas. Like, who are you to rob me on my block? This is my neighborhood at the end of the day. So I went back and got a whole bunch of people, went upstairs and got my shotgun, all got in the car, loaded up. Now, mind you, it's even dumber, even stupider, because now we're riding around a bunch of, you know, young boys riding around locked and loaded, a bunch of weapons, and ammo, and all kinds of stuff. Because we're not only going to go over and get these people, but we're going after their family too. We're going to cut that whole bloodline off. I mean, we were angry. I was upset. You know, rob me on my own block now. You're going to try to kill me? Even though you didn't get anything from me, they didn't ask anything from me, they didn't speak, they didn't say nothing. And now I'm thinking, like, I'm cutting their bloodline off. I'm killing all of them. I want them all dead. So now we're hunting around looking for them. But you can't find something that doesn't exist. That's the thing. But I'm so angry at the end of the day, I'm not even thinking. Now imagine if a cop had pulled us over, something would have happened. We all would have went to jail, every single one of them. We had no freaking license to be carrying half that stuff was in that car. No. And they could see we're up to no good. You know, anything could have happened. One of my friends could have went gun-ho and came out of the car instead of raging with the car. We all would have been killed in a hail of bullets. So there's so many ways that could have gone wrong. And yet the Lord protected us through that whole thing. So as we're riding around looking for these people, I'm talking to people on the corner, people I know, like, yo, this is what, you know, they got their faces? You got their face, you don't even look like? I said, I just saw sneakers and pants, man. I ain't see no face there. I couldn't explain to them what I saw because they think I was crazy. So I was like, you know, there's some people that just try to rob us. So you're going to look out for them, look out for them. They have a car. You can even look at the car, license plate, something like that. And get nothing at all. He said, well, you know, you might give it up. He said, you don't got nothing. We can't find something we can't see. They were right. And I looked at them, I said, yo, let's go home. And I went home, put my stuff up. They put their stuff up. And I was like, well, you know, at least you're alive. That's the good part about it is, I mean, they could have killed you. But more and more in the back of my head, I know why they were there. I know what I saw, and I know why it was there. But I ignored it because I didn't want to accept it. I did not want to go in and apologize to my brother-in-law. And every day after that, it got worse and worse and worse and worse. It's like everybody in the neighborhood turned on me. Everybody wanted me dead. Everybody wanted me dead. I'm like, good gracious, it's crazy. I don't even know any of these people. They murder me every day. People making threats to me, people pulling up, showing firearms. Walked past me, pulled his fire up and looked at me. I was like, what the freak? Like, what? I don't even know this guy. Now imagine that it wasn't allowed to go any farther. My people were out there when that happened. Imagine they started pulling out and they blasted this guy right there on the spot. Now we all went to jail for murder. See how fast the devil's triggering things off, trying to connect things together to get something started. And it got to a point I couldn't take it no more. I went in and I apologized to my brother-in-law. I told him, I'm sorry, man. I had no right telling you that in the day. You know, I need your forgiveness. And he forgave me. And it stopped. People walked past me. They didn't even know me. No, they walked right on past me. I look at them, walked right past me. They didn't even know I was even there. They just walked right on past me. And see, that's where, as when you become a Christian, you start seeing things a little bit different, a lot different. You realize that those people that now walk past you, that don't even pay you any mind because they don't know you, the entire time when they were staring at you, you were looking right at Satan the entire time. Satan was staring at you like, come on, start something. I'll finish it for you. Yep. And then after seeing that, everything stopped. Here come the devil again. Popped in my head and said, you won't let him get away with that. Didn't he just pull a gun on you? Take him out. He don't remember you at all, period. It's a good time to go get him. See? Got to be careful about that. See, there you go. And I said, nope, I'm done. I'm done. I blocked him out. I didn't want to hear anything he had to say because I can see the whole path. I saw the whole path before me, what was going on. The Lord allowed me to see the whole path. Don't listen to him at all, period. Go in a different direction. This isn't for you. And that's what I did. I went in a different direction. Still got in trouble and stuff like that, things I did, but I saw that whole pattern. I see how the devil works. That's why I said, those of you entertain them, you're in danger. You're in a lot of danger. And you may think at the end of the day, it's crazy. People wake up and they think, I have no enemies. Oh, you do have an enemy. You have Satan. You have a very serious enemy, an extremely dangerous one at that. So you do have an enemy. You have a very, very dangerous enemy. And he is far worse that if you got somebody at your job that you don't like, or whatever it may be, he is far worse than any enemy you could possibly ever think of. far worse. And he does not come alone. He comes with a legion, fallen angels that fell from heaven. So you're dealing with an extremely dangerous enemy. And if you have entertained it, if you have even given it the opportunity to speak to you, and you have carried out what it asked you to do, your life is in danger. Only morning out. These are my allergies I gotta go through. I gotta go through little allergies every morning. At least it's not as worse as it was when I was in June. June is probably wasn't awful over there. I was constantly sneezing. In the morning, sneezing. I got air cleaners in here like crazy. Think about air cleaners. But anyway, yeah. You gotta be careful about that. People want me to come on here and they don't want me to talk about God. I know you are. I know you can't stand it. I'm sorry, but when you do that, guess who that is? You can't stand it. That's the devil. That's the devil himself. Hold on. So, when someone's talking about Jesus and you leave the room, you don't want to hear it, that's the devil right there. That fast. When people, say at the end of the day that, I had no parts of the devil, yes you do. The devil can't stand God. The devil doesn't want to hear anything about Jesus at all, period. He hates Jesus. He hates God. He don't want to hear nothing about it at all. If you start talking about Jesus and people start walking away, those are people at the end of the day that are with the devil. Because the devil can't stand Jesus. He hates him. Now, let me see here. We need to do the back because this is coming up against a wall. It's favorable on the mountainside. Want me on the mountainside? Woo! I'll show you that here, like say. But yep. Because I know. Because when I was out there doing my own thing, and there's this guy preaching about the Lord right across me when I was catching a sub to go somewhere. I don't know where I was going. Probably most likely downtown. And he was out there preaching about the Lord. Jesus. I put my headsets on. I didn't want to hear it. Some people don't want to hear it because they figure it's going to mess up their day. Because, maybe you got something you're going to do that day you're not supposed to be doing. So, it's going to mess your day. It's going to mess up your plans. Making plans when you don't know what the day will carry. You don't know what your day will carry. You can have your whole day planned out. You don't know what your day is going to carry. People this year for Christmas, what are you going to be doing? Going to be out, celebrating and all that stuff, right? How many of y'all going to buy a birthday cake and celebrate Jesus' birthday? Anybody going to celebrate Jesus' birthday? Anybody going out, celebrate his birthday? He's got a birthday coming up. You know that, right? Nope, some people will be at Christmas parties, drinking, carrying on, acting up, all that stuff on Jesus' birthday. And somebody forget your birthday, you're ready to lose one. You forgot my birthday. Yeah, but we forget Jesus' birthday all the time. All the time. The interesting about it, about Jesus at the end of the day and his birthday, that he came here to bring us a gift. On his birthday, he came here to bring us a gift. He didn't request any gifts. Yeah, he didn't. People bought him gifts, of course. But he came here to bring us a gift. His life. Ultimate sacrifice. And you got people talking about how I didn't get this for Christmas and I didn't get that for Christmas and this, that, and the other. Kids are going to be kids, so those are kids. But adults sit there and go, man, I had a horrible Christmas. I didn't get what I wanted. I didn't get what I wanted for Christmas. It was awful. I hate Christmas. Not realizing that little baby sitting in that manger is the reason why Satan himself has not got the victory of making sure you burn in that lake of fire and you're tormented with him forever, that you're condemned to hell. No matter what you do, you're going to hell. Doesn't make a difference, you're going. Jesus came down and gave us the ultimate gift of life. And how did we repay him? Forget his birthday. Yep. Forget his birthday. So, was I guilty of that? Yeah, I was guilty of that. I was guilty of it. Even though I came from a Christian household, I forgot. I wouldn't say thank you, Jesus. Happy birthday, Jesus. Now, being a Christian man and being self-aware, better way of handling myself with life and with the Lord. Buy a cake for Jesus and say, happy birthday, Jesus. Thank you for your gift. Ooh, house is coming along quite nicely. I'm happy with it. Mechanical house. But like, yes, the guy on top of the mountain, he's an interesting fellow. He's a bit odd, I can tell you that much, I can tell you. But yes, he designs some of the most interesting items you've ever seen. Builder. A builder, you say? He's a builder. If you want interesting weapons, we'll go to him. He has some of the most interesting things you will ever see. And he has this mechanical man. He brings the mechanical man down from time to time, off the mountaintops, so you can understand, explore, and see the mechanical man. The mechanical man. I need to fold in there. I guess I'm getting that fold in there. Alright, there we go. There's that fold in there. A little better. A little bit in there. I'm trying to bend my house to where I want it to go. There we go. There. Yeah, there's this guy who had all these followers. He did not like the fact, I would think for what he'd been through in his lifetime, that he would definitely try to find God, but no, some people just don't take to it. I don't get it. But anyway, he wanted me to stop talking about Jesus on his channel. I mean, he wouldn't promote me because he was mad because he kept talking about God. Everybody wants to hear about God. Nobody wants to hear about God. Yeah, you're flying and your wing pops off, and everybody wants to know about God. You know what I mean? Everybody interested in God now. I bet you any Christian can bobble with a Bible. You would read that thing and because you need God in that situation. But anyway, yep, you don't want to have nothing about the Lord. Every time we turn around, I'm like, God, 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 God. You remind me of myself. I used to say that to my mother all the time. When I was out there running them streets and doing dumb stuff, I remember making that statement. And behind a parked car, someone's spraying me with a gun, and I'm sitting there going, oh, God, get me out of this situation. I need you, Lord. Where are you? Is our town Christian? Yeah, it's Christian, of course. Everything we have, we do. And their creation. Everything is to God. Comes from God. But you're the creator. No, I'm not the creator. I'm the builder. That's all I am. I'm not just a builder. I'm just basically following the command of God. That's all I'm doing. Just a humble builder. That's all that I am. Whew. Yeah, that wasn't nowhere near me when I went down. Thank you, Lord. Yeah, he got mad at me. Because you know what? Every time you come on here, and everybody wants to hear about God. Everybody wants to hear about God. You talk about God too much. Everything you have. God is amazing. God is amazing. God is amazing. Right? You sound like you serve the devil. Why do you don't like God? Your very existence, even the breath that comes from your mouth, comes from God, and yet you don't like God. Many people don't realize that. Your very breath that you breathe right now, the fact that you're even not watching this video, you didn't have to wake up that day. Who said that you was going to wake up that day? Oh, you? You said it? Interesting. The only reason why you wake up is because God allowed you to do so. That's the only reason why. Only reason why you can come in here and watch these videos, because God allowed you to. Your heart beating, that controls by God. Everything in this world controls by God. Your very existence is because of God. You don't have control of your life. Yeah, people have great power and great money who believe they have so much control. And then when the day comes, they realize they have nothing. No control at all, period. You can't even control the keys of death. Your money, your wealth couldn't add a minute more to it. Your time will be your time. That's it. There's no way around it. There's no way to escape it. It's coming one way or another. And no matter what you buy and what you do on this earth while you're here, with a chance and an opportunity to escape death in the next life, you trust in your riches and you believe that all this technology is going to allow you to live forever. Never going to happen. Your body's cursed. And leave this planet just like everybody else does. Not even ready for the next world. But you'll find out. Everybody wakes up on the other side. That's the scary thing about it. People are scared about the unknown. That's what terrifies them about death. Christians are not terrified by death. Christians know at the end of the day that we go home. Got a lot of questions I gotta ask God. A lot of interesting questions. Like one, there's sea monsters in the ocean. Things I want to know about. All be reviewed. Glory of God. Yep. Look at how it's coming along. I freaking love it. I'm sitting there building this, and God's telling me how to put this together and put that together. That's the part I understand. We put these builds together, the Lord talks to us. Tells us how to put all this together. I'm going to put this together this way, I'm going to put this together that way. I even had the blueprints in my head for the spiral staircase. Put in my head that quick, it's already in there. Oh, this is looking pretty cool. I like this. I was thinking, like, how are we going to do this telescope, Lord? Because we need to be round. But I said, we are going to build it this way. Very easy. I'll show you how to do it. Thank you, Jesus. Anything I go to him and I ask him, Lord, I got to put this together. This is how you're going to put it together. I mean, the Lord shows me how to build stuff. If I'm building a machine or a computer or anything I want to build, everything comes to my head. Like you see when they put those mechanical patents together, all the little parts and stuff, that's how I see it. I see all the little parts all coming together bit by bit, all scattered out, but how they all assemble to each other. And I also see upgrades. The Lord would say, well, you can modify it this way, you can do it this way, you can do it this way, you can do it this way, this way, this way. And you already know from the door what the outcome's going to be. Like for the people that are angry about our screen paint products, that all comes from God. Every single one of those formulas, and even the ones right now being processed in my head as I'm having this conversation, because I get processed for formulas every day from God. That we know every single ingredient and how each ingredient is going to react to light, to the projectors, to the surrounding environment. This is why in every single demonstration I've done, I can fire up in fully lit environments and the screen works 100% every time I paint it in. Because I already know who operates all that. And here you are on your channel screaming and ranting about my blessings from my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ by saying things that our products don't work. You don't just slander me, you slander God. That's his blessing. That's who you come against. You don't come against just me, you come against God. I don't think God's happy about when you say his blessings are scams and fakes. You know, our Lord said, hey, I'll show you who I serve. Not serve me, and who I serve. I serve God. I'll show you who I serve. When I sat in the middle of that floor and made that statement, now they hate it when I say that. They hate it when I sit there and say that I sat there in the middle of that floor and said, Lord, if I am all these things, show them who I am. Now we have technology that reads outside. I still get tickled pink over that. I was still blown away by that. At one point, I dreamed about that. I was like, man, one day we're going to have a technology to do videos outside. We can go anywhere we want. Now we have it. So now when I make that statement about how my Lord showed me off to the world and everyone on YouTube, now they get mad about that. That's Satan right there, all from the door. Always angry about something. Now they're angry about that. Oh yeah, so the Lord showed. Now he's bragging about it. I'm bragging. I'm testifying. That's what I'm doing, but you don't like it when I testify. You don't like it when I talk about how my Lord went in there and came out there and made us Christians victorious. You don't like that. That makes you angry. Well, if that makes you angry at the end of the day, then that tells you already who you lay in the bed with. And that tells you already how much danger your life is in right now. Because the only thing, and the only reason why you're still alive is because of God. The only reason why that you wake up the next day is because of God. And the only reason why that same demon that has been telling you to do these things has not burst into your house and ripped your flesh to pieces is because of God. Because if the Lord turned his back 2 inches from the left and Satan has that opportunity to come get you, he's coming. Nothing you have out there can stop him. He's coming for you. Wait, what? He's not protected anymore? Oh, you're doomed. You're doomed. He's not even going to bother hiding himself. He may show his true form, and that is the most frightening thing. I don't even want to think about that for the day. You'll see things at the end of the day you didn't even think. We make horror movies today, make like something out of a freaking Disney flick. You'll see far worse than what I saw. He'll show his true form. Why would he need to fool you now? See, that's the thing about it, about the devil. He can't show you his true form. His true form is beyond hideous. God gave him, I mean, I couldn't imagine what, I don't even want to know. I don't even care to know. I don't even want to know. I couldn't imagine what God turned him into. He's one of God's most beautiful angels. I couldn't imagine what the Lord turned him into. I don't even want to know. I don't want to see this ever. And I thank my Lord for protecting me that I never see it. But he can't show you his true form. You'd be terrified. You come in there and sit there and it's like the devil's trying to convince you that to work with him so he can basically take your soul. Well, you can't take your soul, the soul belongs to God. But condemn you. He's trying to condemn you. How would that even work? If he comes in there looking like a 7-head dragon with fangs and teeth and all this stuff and wings and all this crazy stuff, you think you're going to serve him seeing that? And oh, heck no. You're going to see that like, oh my goodness. That one was talking to me the entire time. We're going to run to the nearest church you can, fall in front of that preacher and say, look, I need you to pray for me. Something's following me. I saw it. 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 You'd be scared to death. Your mind didn't even make it that far. You can nearly have a heart attack and die. Because your mind can't process what you're seeing. It's overwhelming. You would die. So he can't come to you in that form. He'll scare you away. He got to come to you in a way where basically you're not afraid of him. When you see him in real life, when your time comes and you pass off this earth, you can't go anywhere and do anything. You can't get saved. You can't even run to Jesus. And he knows that. There's no salvation on that side. There's no mercy on that side. That's gone. There's nothing but damnation waiting for you over there. You got eternal life and damnation. That's the only two things going on over there. So you can't run to Jesus. God don't know you. He'll sit there and tell you, I don't know who you are. Who are you? But Lord, I don't know who you are. But that one does. See? So, if he came and showed his true form at the end of the day, no, you would. No way in the world. We talked about a friend of mine, I can't mention who he is, but a friend of mine who basically has some very heavy ties in the drug trade. And drove a lot of nice fancy cars, restaurants, nice clothes, the whole 9 yards. And my mother was trying to pray for him a couple of times, and he was like, no, I don't need prayer. I'm good. I don't need prayer. And I said, man, can you imagine if he's sitting in this car, the devil just pop up in true form in the backseat of his car? That man would be running from door to door to door, screaming out my mom's name. Miss Mary, I need your prayers. I need your prayers. I need your prayers. Yeah, because you crying out to God, crying out to someone to come and save you, some Christian, somebody to pray over you, protect you, someone that has a strong faith. You know that man became a Christian? He's a man of God now. Yep. He is now a born-again Christian. One point was one of the tops. And now, a man of God. Beautiful thing when you watch a man that is corrupt by sin become a Christian, change his life. That's a beautiful thing to watch. So my mother got her wish. She wanted him to be saved, and now he is a saved man. And he will inherit the kingdom of heaven. Because he believes that Jesus Christ is his Lord and Savior, and that's who he serves. Amen. But yep, the devil can't show you his true form. You'd be scared to death in any way in the world. He's sitting there telling me, hey, I want you to go and rob that bank right there. You turn around and see that like, oh, what the freak are you? So I don't want to tell you to, oh, no, I want nothing to do with you, nothing to do with you. You turn into a church, come out there, run out there, run to the preacher, like, I need prayer. The devil popped up from my car, try to get me to rob a bank. See what I mean? Scare you away. So if he can't show you what he really looks like in his true form, why are you entertaining it? You don't know what you're entertaining. There you go. Yep, you don't know what you entertain. And then we got people get mad and leave the room because they entertain it. That's why they're entertaining it. Stop entertaining it. Find and seek God. Stop entertaining it. Find and seek God. I'm going to pass off this earth one day. My videos will remain here. Everything I have here will remain here. And I will be in heaven with my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ and God Almighty. And I would have told you over and over again, find and seek God. I've done my job since I was here. My job is here is to basically, not all this is just for me to just support my livelihood. My job at the end of the day is to talk about the Lord. My job at the end of the day is to get people to find and seek God. That's my job. The Christian man, that's my job. My job isn't to get rich in this world. If the Lord blesses us to have that ability, then so be it. We have that ability, but we'll make sure that God comes first before any of those riches. That He is the first thing that of order in business is about Him and Him only. See, the backwards thing about these preachers I see that are preaching, they talk about getting rich. You're not here to be rich. You're here to basically preach about the Lord, His salvation, and to warn you about Satan that is trying to basically take your soul. We can't have your soul, but take your ability to reach heaven. Here to warn you about that. But you're not here to be rich. How are you going to be rich here when you can't even take it with you? It's not even yours to begin with. So I don't even know how that even works. But you have preachers that come up here and say, hey, you're supposed to be rich. No. You're not supposed to be rich. If the Lord blesses you to have that ability, then you have that ability. And those blessings should be used to further God's campaign on basically getting as many people as you can saved as you possibly can before your time is to leave this world. That is your goal here. To stay away from the demon, to serve the Lord, and to try to save as many people as you can. Get the word out about the Lord as much as you possibly can every single day. To let them know the danger that's coming. To let them know the enemy that hunts them. Let them know to stay away from the evil things of this world. The devil uses to be able to capture you and take you. To put God first before all things. That is your job while you're here as a Christian. Your job isn't here to get rich. Your job is to be here to help people find God. If it wasn't for my mother never giving up on me, and the people in the church constantly talking to me, and what happened to me in my life, I wouldn't have found God. Who knows? I would have met the devil. I did meet the devil. I would have basically found death. And in the next life, I would not have been saved. In the next life, I would have been doomed to spend eternity in hell. While I'm here, my job is not to, I don't wish hatred. My enemies attack me, yes they do. But I do things the way they have to be handled. I got to go to the courts, that's what I do. I do what the Lord tells me to do. That's how I handle it. Devil wants me to handle it another way. I'm not handling that way. I'm not going to be that person. I'm not going to give him that glory. He's not getting that. I'm giving God the glory. I'm handling the way it's supposed to be handled. But while I'm here, I preach to my enemies at the end of the day, find and seek God. Because you are the ones that are following the demon the most. You're the one. I see it. I see it in your work. You entertain Satan. I see it in your work. You entertain the devil. I see it. Your life is a danger. You're in serious, serious danger. And like I said, God must have mercy on you, because if He didn't, and if He decided to take 2 inches to the left, the devil's going to take what belongs and what he thinks belongs to him. You sit there, you want to serve the devil, and the Lord says, you know what? I'm going to move 2 inches to the left. And the devil's going to like, wait a minute, there's nothing protecting him? Oh, you're done. You're done. The only reason why you're even breathing right now is because of God. If God decides to basically turn a blind side to you right now, that devil's going to pop that leash, run across the street, crash through your window, and he's going to kill every single person in that building. Without pause, without mercy, without haste. He's going to go right through and do what he got to do. His job is only one job and one job only. Is to basically condemn as many people as he possibly can and just collect as much as he can. And you're giving them an invitation? You crazy? So God must be protecting you if you're still breathing. Because the devil had his opportunity. He's like, man, forget all them games we're playing at the end of the day. I got to sit there and got to convince this guy to do this and do that. And go through this slow process. I need him now. And you're giving me opportunity to take them? Oh, you're going to see something most, not when it's interesting, the most scariest thing, walking up on your property and busting through your front door and said, you're mine. I'll be scared to death thinking about that. I'm glad the Lord is watching me. They're going to stare right at you and says, God does not see you, but I do. you're in trouble. You're in a lot of trouble. So what are you gonna do? Go get a shotgun? You gonna get a gun? Hey, how's it gonna work against something that faces immortality? Yeah, but good luck with that one. You need God for that. You need God for that. Definitely need God for that. So yeah, only reason why you're still in one piece because the Lord allows it to be so. Oh, He allows it to be so. It gotta be that way. He's a wonderful Lord. Basically, protector, keeps us safe. And He's trying His hardest every single day. Jesus tries His hardest every single day to get you to walk that path, to follow Him. And some people don't want to follow Him because you'd rather be out here sinning. You would have to give up too much. I know. I was that person at one point. I would have to give up too much. You know, I have to give up this and give up that. You know what I mean? And being a Christian is no fun, and this, that, and the other. Guess what else is no fun? Burning in a lake of fire for eternity is no fun. Can't imagine that nightmare. I don't even want to think about that one. Not having the protection of the blood on me, knowing that that demon out there every single day is trying to take my life or do something to destroy me, and knowing that the Lord is protecting me and watching over me. Yeah. And to think at the end of the day that a Christian, a preacher at the end of the day, thinking, telling you that, oh, you got to be rich, you want 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 to be rich. Yeah, you'll pass off this earth and everything you ever stole will stay right behind you. But everything you take will be written in that booklet. And you got to pay for that. Everything you do is under judgment. You don't have to be rich. Your job is those donations that come to you is to take those donations and father God's word. Jesus come down dressed up like that? Did He have like fancy clothes? Did He come down here with an army or chariots or gold? Did He come down with any of that? None of that? No, nothing at all? Then why do you have it? Well, it was meant for me to have all these things. No, it's not meant for you to have all those things at all, period. It wasn't meant for you to have those things. Your job is one job only. You come here and you basically preach the word of the Lord. You try to save as many people as you possibly can. You try to warn people about the devil. It ain't about you getting rich at the end of the day. It has nothing to do with that. Anything or any blessing you're giving that God gives to you, you give it right back out. When we're going to be blessed with ad tech capabilities at the end of the day, that technology, that money's going right back out. It's going to help people at the end of the day. But not only help people today, let them know that where this blessing came from. There's no point in basically giving them something without giving them where it came from. So let them know that, no, everything we have comes from God. Some people are ashamed to do that. God will bless you with an amazing blessing. And you're afraid to say that in front of other people because you're afraid of what they may think of you. Don't worry about what they may think of you. It's more important what God thinks of you. That's what's more important. What God thinks about you. I tell everybody, I don't care if you think I'm crazy or not at the end of the day. I don't care if the devil pops me like, don't tell him that. You tell him that, you're going to lose your contract. I don't care about that contract. I care about the Lord. I don't care about none of those contracts at all whatsoever. I'm going to tell them where it came from. If they want to smirk and laugh about it, then guess what? Contract over, walking out the door. I don't care how much money sits on that table. Been there, had that test already. Been there and done it. My Lord knows I serve Him 100% at the end of the day. Now I'm a sin. I do things at the end of the day. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I mess up. Yes, I do. I'm human. That's what I am. But I go before my Lord and I ask for that prayer. I ask for that forgiveness. I said, Lord, I've tried my hardest. I don't want to do it again. Give me the strength. I don't never want to do it again. I don't want to be there. I don't want to do that. I don't want to lose my temper or this, that, and the other. Whatever I'm doing, I ask the Lord for that guidance because I need it more than anything in the world. And that's why I'm happy that He gave His life for me to die on that cross so I can be forgiven of my sins. That's the reason why, people, at the end of the day, when He hung on that cross, He gave you the ability to have your sins forgiven. You know how beautiful that is? And you are worthy of death. Everyone on this planet is worthy of death. There's no person on this planet thinks I'm holier than thou. That because I do all these great things, be careful of that one. That's called pride. Very dangerous one. Pride is an extremely dangerous sin. Who sits up there and thinks at the end of the day that because holier than thou, who thinks at the end of the day that I, myself, commit no sin. You commit sin, your body's cursed. Ah, sticky fingers. Got sticky fingers on that one, Lord. There we go. Yep. But you got people up there sit there and say, "Oh, I'm holier than thou." I don't. Yes, you do. The body is sin. The body is cursed. That's one of the things you'll realize when you become a true Christian. And I say true because you got people out there that are not true Christians. Who claim to be and they're not. A true Christian. That when you sin, that pain you will feel over and over and over and over again. So you don't feel that pain when you're of the world. When you're of the world, you don't feel that pain. You don't realize that the Lord died on the cross for you to give you everlasting life. You don't feel that pain. But when you're a Christian, you feel that pain. It's equivalent to someone taking a long sword and sticking it right through your chest. It's very painful. And you'll feel it over and over and over again. Because you'll keep messing up. It's impossible. You walk outside, you'll sin. Don't think at the end of the day, oh, I'm going to sin anyway because I'm cursed. No, you don't want to curse. You don't want to sin. But it's painful when it happens. And it hurts because here it is. Somebody came down and they died for you. They hung on a cross. They were beaten, spit on, and everything else you can possibly think of. And then they nailed them to a cross and their flesh was torn as they hung on this cross and all that pain and misery. And they did that for you. And you mess up, you sin. That's a bad feeling. That hurts me. It hurts me at the end of the day. The Lord do so much for me every single day. And every time I mess up, the Lord goes, I got you. Pick you up, dust you off, send you back out. You're forgiven. Go ahead. In the back of your mind, it's painful because you're happy because God forgives you, but it hurts because you want to do everything you can to make him happy. He's happy. You're trying your best to serve him, but you want to serve him 100%. You want to pay that debt back. And the only way I can pay that debt back is to get out of this cursed body. So when my time comes and the Lord releases me from this cursed body, I will go to heaven and I will serve him 100% without sin. And that is the best gift I could ever give him. I'll be to pay back my debt. So I don't care about the riches of this world at all. If the Lord blesses us to have what we need, we have what we need. And we take what we need and we do something with it to basically glorify God. So for people who accuse me of being a scammer at the end of the day and made all these false accusations, trying to rob people, steal from their money, you're going to have to pay for that. Because again, the Lord told me what I needed to do. And you turned around and took his very blessings and what he blessed me and told me to do and how to do it. And you turned it and used it, Satan, at the end of the day, to try to taint what we were doing and what we are going to be doing. We are going to be doing over here to Father God's word. That's what you did. So that's why none of your business adventures are taken off the way they're supposed to. And when you deal with the devil will have you doing things at the end of the day that are not of God. That other fellow who, again, ripped off all those companies has a habit of saying blessed. Stop saying that. You are not blessed. You're cursed. Nothing blessed about what you have. When God gives you a blessing, you can announce it to the world. No one can come against you with that blessing. What you have at the end of the day is not a blessing. It's actually a sin. And it is a sin. And it's a sin against the 8th commandment. It says, thou shalt not steal. And you stole. What is, oh, you had it right there the whole time. Did I not? I did. Thou shalt not steal. And you stole. So, you broke a commandment in the Bible. And then you have the nerve to put down, after you committed this sin against God, and against those who you stole from, you have a nerve to put God's name underneath that and say, I'm blessed. That's like somebody going out and murdering people and saying, I'm blessed. I'm blessed that I get to get up every day and kill an innocent person. Or I basically steal from my company. I go in and I embezzle millions of dollars into Swiss banking accounts, and I rob my company, and I'm blessed. Or I'm blessed to basically I fornicate every single day with different women, and I'm blessed. That's not God. That's nothing to do with God. That's Satan. You're cursed. That's what you've done. You curse yourself. God doesn't support anything you do. Not a thing. He supports nothing. Will you go to heaven with that? Will you go to heaven with what I just spoke of? No, you won't go to heaven. You're going to hell. So if you're going to hell and you're not worthy of the kingdom of heaven, then that means you're not blessed. That means you've cursed yourself. And you can break your curse by finding God. If you find God and you become a Christian, you won't be doing any of those activities anymore. Those activities are not of God. They're of the devil. And you don't serve the devil. You serve God now when you're saved. So, how would that be blessed? That you say that you are. And then the people who agree to it, you also get yourself in trouble. Because now you have entertained. And also, too, like I said, you entertain those demons and you give out a calling card. Oh, we've got one over here that approves of this. Let's go have a conversation with them. Oh, my goodness. People have to learn to stay away from these things. When I get out there, I'm not saying, you think you're holy. No. I get upset and I get angry, but I pray because I know exactly what it is. When you're not aware of your enemy and your enemy is aware of you, you are in extreme danger if your enemy knows you and you don't know your enemy. So I know my enemy. So when I get upset, I know what that is. I'm going to see it, and I got to catch myself real quick and pray, give it up to Jesus, and the Lord takes it away. Look at our telescope coming along quite nicely. I think I'm going to put this part right here because I can basically build from this base here. I'm going to put a base on top of that because you can build from there. Look, there's a piece right there, perfectly fine for my base. Yep. Oh, how magnificent my Lord is. In all his glory. It's interesting how I think I became my mother. Because my mother used to talk about the Lord all the time, every day, talking about God. Like, Mom, why are you talking about God so much? I said, you don't know how amazing God is. I couldn't understand. Everything was blocked for me. I was of this world. Nope. All right, let me see what we got on this side over here. Got a great one there. What time we got here? Oh, still good. Still good for time. Okay. All right, I'm gonna put you in here like so. Wait, aren't you supposed to be larger? You are supposed to be larger. All right, I'm gonna put the cap here and then put the larger one on top of that one. But you're supposed to be larger. Building our telescope. I had to finish the rest of the trim. I got to finish the rest of the trim for the area there too on top of that. Yeah, that's going on nicely. Well, no, his is powered by stone. So we have to make some kind of generator unit with stone in the middle of it. And this is a little different than the rest of them. So you sit here, like up there, right there. Let me see. Oh, I'm gonna put the meteor right here. We have to build a meteor. That should be hard to do. Not hard to build a meteor. Okay. I want the house to be a little different. We're definitely going to have some kind of meteor system right here, charging up stuff. You know what I mean? Because we do have a meteor up. We did get a meteor. So anyway, let me get this part done. I got to basically expand this part. I was so excited about this whole build right here. I was like, man, this is going to be freaking cool, Lord. All right. So let's get up some more trim. Whee! What do we got, Lord, for our trim? We get enough cardboard here on the floor? We should have enough cardboard. Let's see. One on the floor here. Yeah. We got enough cardboard for trim. All right, let's go get to work on this. Hey, keep it. Telescope working quite fine. Now, Master Carpenter's not doing this. This guy up here is doing all the work. He's the guy who does all this crazy stuff. This is his build. Putting our trim on so we can have much more better look to this. Yep. I'm going to pick up more glue today. All right, there we go. Oh, we got to slant you a little bit. And this has to be hit here, like so. Oh, not there. Because we got our area that fits in there and there. So let's get the other one. It should be roughly about that size, hopefully. He's like, deny me not. Deny me not. Perfect. Oops, come back here. Got work to do. Which way are we going on this? We're going this way. Okay, do this way. That's good. You off a little bit. Grab it. Grab it. Just grab it. Just grab it. Grab it. Grab it. So careful with the paw. So careful. What's that right there? It's gotta be some glue. Hold on, let me see. What we got here? It's good? There's something there. Here, grab it. So careful about everything. Say, rah! Grab it. Oh, I like that. There we go. Okey doke. Oh, you've claimed the cardboard. Yours. Claim the cardboard. King has claimed the cardboard. All right. It's your cardboard now? All right, whatever. I got plenty. How dare you claim my cardboard? This cardboard is mine. Ugh. Cardboard is mine. Property was king. I found a picture that looks just like Taco. I'm going to print it out. Property was king. Build here. All right. We're going to be instructed here. When we put the roof in, we're going to put a circle ring in here, and we're going to put a meteor that's stuck in there. It's going to spin. It charges the entire unit. So we're going to have some charge cable battery pack units in here to make like this meter is actually charging this entire crazy looking built on top of here. And if it looks like a little metal man, it is, because literally it's built around the metal man that he built. That came from the meteor. So let's get this all trimmed off. There we go. And let's begin our trim here and here. Our base. It should be about, perfect, just about that. Perfect size. See if we can get that in there. Fit in there. Just gotta cut it, make it a little bit thinner to get in there. Are you gonna fit yet? Nope. Nothing. It's like tough. We're trying to grab something. Can I get this for you? Jeez, fight me on this. Go. Trimming there. All right, now what are we doing next, Mr. Bud? What are we doing next? Okay, trim this out. All right, it's trimmy. Then trim, ultra thin trim. No, can we go this way instead? It'd be much easier. The pen art piece is this way. This makes it easier for us to go around this thing. And we do it. Mr. Taco, I'm going to be building you something pretty soon. Yeah, you're gonna like it. Something cool I'm gonna design for you. Got this little bungee cord coming. I'm gonna make him a whole little setup where you can basically chase stuff and fight it and bounce back and forth and grab on it, spring around, stuff like that. I want to build something pretty cool. Does he build all this other crazy stuff? I'm gonna build me something. I got you. Yeah, because you learn something every day. I learned how to basically redo his scratching post. You can buy the rope and everything, and that rope is way better than the rope you buy the scratching post with. Way better, man. He's still tearing that thing up, and it's easy to redo the post. Don't throw it away, because I was throwing mine away in the trash, and that was just wasting money. Go out and spend another $20-$30 for a scratching post for another one. And I just went out and bought the rope for it, and the rope cost me like $7, and it's far better. It has a nice stretch kind of elastic around it that basically, when it tightens up real nicely, and he's been going to town on that thing. So I'm gonna start building my own. Scratching posts. You can go right over to Home Depot. You can buy the post. They make those posts. They use them for like posts for like a bed post, or maybe like for something for a staircase. Yep, they make them perfectly like rolling pins. They got them right over there. So I'm gonna buy me one of those to the height, a little higher than that one. I'm gonna get a little higher than that one, and I'm going to do the bottom base area and carpet. Pick out the right carpet that would be perfect for him to scratch up. Most likely this high traffic carpet is perfect for that, and drop that to the back, dropping some heavy staples, but then nothing's going to basically interfere him if he scratches it up. Right? We'll staple from the opposite way out, and then recarpet over top that, right? There we go. And we're going to basically drill a hole through it and throw a, what do you call it? They have for the screws. They have this thing when you put your screws in. It's like this. You put your screws into. It's like a bolt system, a nut system, but it's about that long. And we shove that in there, bang that in there, glue it in, bang it in there where the hole is at, and then we can put nuts, bolts, and screws and washers and put this platform together and then wrap that whole entire thing in rope. I'm building my own from now on. I'm not even buying any more scratching posts anymore. I'm building them all. Lord gave us the blueprints on how to build them. I'm building mine from now on. I'm not buying anymore. So Lord showed us some cool ideas on how to build our own scratching posts without paying that $20-$30 fee at the end of the day. See how amazing God is? It never ends. Like, for some people think, oh, it just ends with just screen paints. Oh, like I said, you have no idea the level of knowledge that God has blessed us to have. You have no idea. No idea how amazing my Lord is. I'm having fun. What I build here. I'm having so much fun with it. Thank you, Jesus. I get to build my robot next, and pretty soon I'll be working on my robot and my Cyberphone PC. See, God is amazing. God is awesome. God is incredible. God is amazing. And if what I say bothers you, I feel sorry for you. I do. I hope you find God. I hope you find Him. You find God. Even on days where, like, you have bad days, yeah, we have bad days. Christians have bad days. But we know at the end of the day, guess who got control of the whole entire situation? Jesus does. Because at the end of the day, no matter how bad your day may be going, the outcome is always going to be victory with Jesus. It's always going to be victory. It may not seem that way. It may seem that all odds are against you. But because you serve God, it's always going to be victory. Because God is all about victory. What kind of lure we have at the end of the day, whew, if it was met by our days where the devil had the advantage point and he was able to cast us out and destroy us. That's why you got to remember, God has the last say. God has the victory. Yeah. Whoop, get over here. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Gotta remind myself there from time to time, like, Lord, you got the victory. You got the victory. Gotta have that faith. And it takes time. Can't get faith overnight. Faith takes time. Whoop, that came up. I gotta put you right back in there. Faith takes time. It does. That's what that Christian boot camp is all about. Some people don't understand that. You gotta understand that part. When you're going through Christian boot camp, and the Lord will bring challenges your way to make you tougher, to make you stronger, because your adversary, the devil, lurks around like a lion looking to who he can devour. You have to be strong. That enemy is powerful. God's more powerful, but again, the enemy's powerful. You got to be careful. So, Lord will put you through that Christian boot camp at the end of the day. Now, I got a sister who's going through it right now. She's not seeing the focus. She's not seeing the focus. She's screaming, she's yelling, she's fussing, she's complaining, she's angry. Can't do that. That's Satan right there. Can't give him that victory. That's what Satan wants to do. Satan wants to make you upset. Satan wants to make you angry. Satan wants to make you frustrated. That's what his job is to do. You got to give faith to God. If you believe in God at the end of the day, you believe that God Lord's going to have your back on everything, then have that faith. Put Satan in his place. Throw him behind you. Put your trust in God. That's what you do. And the Lord will see it through. And you realize I did all that fussing and complaining for nothing. For nothing. Absolutely nothing. You miss the most important part of the blessing. To be to see God's hands working. I can have a situation where I had a couple of situations like that. I had a situation where I had a negative $300 in my account because somebody had filed this false claim against me. Negative $300 in my account. And I had rent due coming up. So anything that came up would have ended up in that hole right there. And I prayed and put it in God's hands. I went from a $300 negative to a $1,500 positive in my account. Listen, you realize that the outcome with God is always going to be victorious. Don't let the devil take away your victory. Now, I could have gone out and I could have borrowed the money from somebody. Yeah, I can do that. I know people. But I didn't. I didn't ask anybody for nothing. You know why? Because I'm not going to allow myself to ruin my opportunity to see God's hand at work. Because he's got the victory. No matter what. I don't care how big the situation is or how small, whatever it may be. God has the last say. So I'll sit back there and I know my rent's due and I see this guy at the other end is making all these lies about my business. And I know my product works. I worked hard. My Lord blessed us to have it. We know it works 100%. But I'll see this guy to make all these false complaints about me. And PayPal will sometimes do me dirty and say, hey, you might have to wait a little longer for this and that, whatever. Or somebody forgot to pick it up or somebody forgot to write in the ticket and all that. And I'll just sit there and say, I'm putting in God's hands. So whatever's going to be, it's going to be. But it took a while to get to that point, to get that faith level built there. It took a lot. But now I've got to the point now where I know that it's going to be what it's going to be, no matter what. Why get upset about it? Why worry about it? Because God is going to have it taken care of for me. It's going to be taken care of. And I sat there and I waited and the Lord, and I put it in God's hands. And sure enough, poof, I won the case. Negative popped off the account and the money popped back on to get the rent paid. God's going to take care of what needs to be taken care of. That's why I sit there and say at the end of the day, for you people who serve the devil, for you people out there spreading false lies and rumors about people at the end of the day, that your actions will go nowhere, absolutely nowhere. All it does is just entertain the demon to claim what he's going to try to claim. That's all it does. But for us Christians, at the end of the day, who serve God, it's not going to harm me in any way whatsoever. Because Lord is always going to have victory. Are you going to say you got victory over God? That's what you're saying? You're not going to have victory over God. Not ever. It's going to be what it's going to be. And that's why I don't worry about that no more. For Christians, like I said, when you're going through that Christian boot camp, you have to understand that, yeah, there are times you want to doubt God. There are times you think God turns his back on you. Think times that God is not listening to you, doesn't hear you. God hears you and he listens. He knows where you're at. He listens to you. He knows where you're at. So it's hard, but eventually down through time, you'll get to a point where you say, you know what? I've seen enough of his glory, enough of his good works that I don't even have to think about that anymore. I don't have not one worry in the world. Not one. Nothing at all. Not a thing. Anything that may pop up, I give it to Jesus. He takes care of it. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's God's word, it's God's work, it's God's work. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's God's work at the end of the day, it's going to be what it's going to be. That's it. If it's not meant to be, I'm not trying to get it. You know why? Because the Lord's telling me it's not for me. That's why when you naysayers go out there and you send us fake emails and make you sound like you're big companies at the end of the day, and the devil tells you that I'm going to fall for that, the devil knows we're not going to fall for that. The devil knows that he's entertaining you because he's after your salvation. That's what he's after. He knows it's not going to harm me, but he knows he can get closer to you. That's what he knows, and that's what you do. You entertain him. And when I see that action at the end of the day, on my end, what I see is I feel sad for you because I know what you entertain. We can see it a mile away. God allows us to see all that. And when you do something like that, you know what the Lord does? This is what the Lord does. When we see that, right, the Lord says, I'm going to bless you with this. And that's what he does. He blesses us. For your curses, we receive blessings. And for what you do, you receive curses. Yep. Look at the Bible, or look it up on your phone, what it says about touching a Christian's blessings. Look what it says, what it speaks of. What happens, the consequences of touching a Christian's blessings, or trying to taint his blessings. And it literally speaks of demons that are called influencers. These are demons that are influencers. They're demonic spirits. And that's what we saw. I told you on Crowcast, I saw them. Yep, that smiling and grinning and all that, that ain't of God. That's the devil. You guys are in very, very serious danger. What are we going to put up here in front? Put a trim up here. Trim this out real nicely. They think I say that because, oh, he's trying to scare us. Man, I ain't trying to scare you. You already should be scared. If you have any idea what you've been having conversations with, you already should be scared. Scared to death. You should already be scared to death if you had any idea what you were talking to. Because that didn't come with God. Don't cast that sin on yourself. Don't sit there and say that what you were doing was of God. Don't do that. God will out you for what you are. To show the world who you are and what you are. That one guy was up there who was running his church and he was stealing from people and he was making these people work, turning them into slaves and all this stuff. He's in jail right now. He's never getting out. He'll spend the rest of his life behind bars. And all those people believing at the end of the day that he was this holy man and that he was doing all this, that, and the other, and doing the work of God and all that, doing evil and putting it in God's name. That's like, you're a person who heals people. You go out, you take care of people. You're a good doctor. You heal people and take care of people. That's what you do. And then somebody goes out and says something where, I healed this person too, but you're doing things in a way with the devil. You're doing things the way not of a Christian way, but of the devil's way. Or you're saying you're taking someone else's good name and you're adding it to that. So what you're doing at the end of the day is that a person who's going out doing God's work and you're going doing the devil's work and you're taking his good name and you're adding to that saying, yes, I'm just as, I'm doing the same thing he's doing. And he says, no, you're not doing the same thing I'm doing. I serve God. You're serving the demon at the end of the day. We are not the same. That's what you do with God. Because the difference between the man and God is the man at the end of the day, he could scold you and maybe take you to court and whatever it may be to clear his name. But God at the end of the day is the one who holds the keys of life and death. That's what you mess with. Thank goodness he's merciful. Thank goodness he's how merciful he is. Because you wouldn't be standing right now. And I wouldn't be here right now having this conversation with you. That's how amazing, that's how I know how merciful God is. God is merciful because I'm here having this conversation with you. Again, I was supposed to do 40 to 80 years in the prison system. I didn't even do close to any of that. I did 10 years. I was supposed to do, I didn't do 10 years. I did, like I said, 8 years and 9 months. That's it. I know people say, that's it. Yeah, that's a lot. That's better than doing freaking 40 to 80. I'll say that's it. Yeah, I'm good with that. 100%. Yep. Mr. Williams made a nasty comment about what could have happened to me. Nothing happened to me. Nothing at all. Not a hair on my head was even touched while I was in there. Nothing. You know why? Because I serve God at the end of the day. That's my protector. So I didn't worry about nothing at all. Not a thing. As a matter of fact, I was showed favoritism when I was in there. Got along with everybody in there. Got along with the security, everything. Had no problem when I was in there. So, no, I didn't have any issues. No, period. I serve God. Why would I be having any issues? And the Lord decided that he didn't want me in the system, so he made it so. He went out and I think he went to that DA in a dream. He probably passed on by now. Because, mind you, I was young then. I'm in my 50s. I'm 57 now. So these guys are probably either old right now or they probably passed on. Hopefully he became a Christian. But I know for a fact that I never forget that. My mom came in and said, they had a top DA, like one of the top DAs prosecuting me. Top DA. This guy was never lost a case. And he came over and told my mom and said, look, I'm sorry to say, but your boy's going to jail for a long time. We're looking to give him 40 to 80 years. And when she came to see me, she said, look, I don't want you to lose it. Calm down and just relax. I said, what are they trying to give me? So I'm going to give you 40 to 80 years. I was like, oh, my goodness. That's my life. My life is over. She said, don't worry about it. The Lord told me that you're not doing that. You're going to do some time. You have to. You committed a crime. You have to pay by the land of the law. But you will not get the time that they say you're going to get. Now imagine you're roughly you're almost near 17 and you're hearing this news at the end of the day. I got to have faith that God is going to get me through this. When all the odds are against me, and I had all the odds against me, I wrote confessions. The devil set me up real good. I had confessions. People saw me do it. I had witnesses, everything. The devil had me ready to go. Packed up and ready to go. He's sitting like, yep, I got him. He's on his way out. Yep, I set him up real good. I got him to do all the stuff I needed him to do. I got him. And the Lord's like, no, you don't. He's mine. So I had to have faith. Sitting there at 17 years old, find out you're going to do a 40 to 80 year prison. That's death at the end of the day. Back in 57, 17, when I was about that time, yeah, I'd have been roughly about now. I would have been getting out if I was still alive. But what's everyone going to happen? So I believed in my mom. I believed in her. She was a serious Christian. She's a firm believer of God. I believed her, what she said. So I didn't go back bragging like, yeah, I'm not going to do so-and-so. I went back humble, knowing the Lord was going to basically protect me after all the destruction and chaos I caused and didn't listen to nothing that he said. Even try to walk into a church and kill one of his priests. Unbelievable. He's going to save me at the end of the day. Who am I? How am I worthy enough to be saved like this? Right? Every time we went to court, they couldn't prosecute him. Every single time that DA tried everything he could, he couldn't prosecute him. My mom came over to him and said, nope, I'm going to explain something to you. When he first said that I was going to get 40-80, he said, He's not going to do 48 years. The Lord spoke and said that he's going to do some time by the land of the law of the land, but he's not getting that 48 years. It's not going to happen. The Lord's got work for him. And the DA laughed a little bit. And no sooner than he tried over and over again, he couldn't do it. And see, the Lord will come to you in dreams. The Lord will come to you in dreams and warn you in dreams that these are his people. He'll tell you. But at the end of the day, he will warn you. These are his people. Just like I learned when I made that statement with my brother-in-law about shooting him, he'll warn you. These are my people. And no sooner than that, my mom came over and said, "You are not going to believe this." I said, "What?" The DA is over there praying with us. So now he's talking to my mom every day, and they're laughing and joking. And now he's over there holding hands and praying with them and everything. He's getting prayer. And the DA said, "You know what? I'm going to do something. We need to do this, okay? I don't want him going to prison. I want him to stay in the juvie system. But he can't be in the normal juvie system. He has to be in maximum." That's what they put me at, because of the seriousness of the crime. He'll be in maximum, but he won't be in danger. You know, that's where we're going to put him at. So I sat there, but I didn't even know about it was just going on, because they already put my shackles on me there. I'm going back. So then she said, "We're going to go for 10 years. We'll take 10. And so my mother came back, and when she got a chance to visit me, she said, "I got good news. I'm going to give you 10 years. And I was like, "Oh, thank you, Jesus. I'll take the 10. I'll take it." Now, some people think 10 years at the end of the day, I can't do 10. You do 10 when you're facing 40 to 80 years, you'll do 10. You'll definitely take that. I took it, yeah, I'll gladly take it. So I went to court. They sentenced me to 10 years. So I wasn't upset about it. I was already in my environment. I knew people, you know what I mean? It was cool. I had no problems with anybody. It was a comfortable stay. It was. I missed being home. I didn't see my family for almost 8 years. 8 years I didn't see my family. And I say 9 months since it's changed, but I didn't see my family at all. Once my mother came up every single Saturday and saw me. So I saw my mother. And sometimes I saw my brothers and sisters, but that pain of not being able to go home hurt. But I made my bed. I got to lay in it. I'm not going to blame nobody else. I don't blame anybody. I don't blame anybody. I blame myself because I did it. But I found God in that situation. That's why I became a Christian and got locked up. So I'm down now into 8 months, 8 years in there already. I got 2 more years to go, and they can let me go. I'll go home. And I'm like, Lord, I can't wait. I can't wait until one day I'll be able to walk outside on that sidewalk. Oh, I just want to touch some grass. I want to hug a tree at this point. I want to hug a tree. You know, I'm just thinking about, man, I can't wait to go home. I just can't wait. It's 8 years already. The next one, 8 years, 2 months. 8 years, 5 months. And I'm thinking, come on, man. Now it's 9 years I'm in. 1 more year and I'm free. I can go home. And the one thing I wanted the most, it wasn't so much food or anything else. I wanted to get baptized. Because I knew while I was in there, my sins were washed away. They were still with me. And I'm reading about the Lord and Bible studies and everything. I'm deep in about God. Everything about the Lord. But my body's still dirty. I'm not washed thoroughly. I need to be baptized. And there's nothing in here. They can't baptize me in here. I need to be out to finish the completion of my Christianity. And I'm praying the Lord, like, Lord, I need to be out. I gotta get out. I gotta get baptized. What if you come back? What if you come back and I'm not ready? What if you come back and my body's not clean and I'm like this? I gotta be saved. I gotta be saved. So, time I'm in, 7 months. Came down to 8 months. And then on the 9th month, 9 years and 8 months. 8 months. I'm sitting up there playing cards with my friends, and I hear, "Mr. Bird!" I'm like, "Yep." He said, "Pack it up. You're going home." So somewhere, a court date popped up. I wasn't there for it. I never even heard about this court date. It was a decision that was made between the DA and the judge to let me go early. I never even knew about it. I never even got no memo, nothing like, "Hey, we're going to have this court date come up. Early release." I wasn't even there for this. I didn't even know this was going on. It just came up out of nowhere. The DA brought it to the judge. He says, "Look,
we were looking at his progress report. He's doing excellent. He was keeping track of my progress report with the people that were in there monitoring things. He's doing good job, so on and so. I think we should let him out. And they signed the papers. And I went up before a judge when I came in, and the judge sat there and said, Mr. Bird, we are releasing you early. You'll be on probation for 3 years. You get in any type of trouble, you will come back here and you will finish the rest of your time plus. And I'm like, your judge, I have no disrespect, but I hope I never see your face again. I said, Mr. Bird, right back at you. Right back at you. I hope I never see you again. And he didn't. So the first Sunday, the promise I made to my Lord, that when I get out my first Sunday, I'm getting baptized. And that's what I did. I stayed inside. I cut everybody off. I had no desire to be with them. I changed them with a different person. I didn't have the desire to go on running. It wasn't there anymore. It's gone. And Satan was just as angry as could be. I'm guaranteed he's probably out there staring, pacing back and forth, talking about how do we get this back. Yep. My first Sunday, went right down to that church, and I got baptized there. My sins washed out. I felt so much better. What a relief off my shoulders to finally cleanse all those sins. Gone. Yep. Yes, sir. And with the Lord, ever since, before I even started this, before I started a business, my company, all that, I was with God. So when you people come up who don't know me, and you make false accusations that I'm all these things, you knew me? Excuse me. You knew me? You knew me when I was out there carrying on the streets? You knew me when I was going through the court systems? You knew me at that time? You didn't know me. Did you know my relationship with God when I got out? My relationship with God when I was in? Did you know me? You didn't know me, did you? So who do you to make statements about me being a false Christian at the end of the day when you didn't even know me when I first met my Lord? When I knew my Lord from day one. When I picked up my cross and decided to follow him. All my trials and tribulations and things I went through down through time to make me the Christian that I am today. Did you know me? And that's what I mean at the end of the day, that you've gotten yourself in serious trouble. You need to repent and ask the Lord for forgiveness. Because what you did by judging me is written down in the book of judgment. So when the time comes, when all is to be judged on this world, you will be judged for those sins. And those sins are punishable by death. But the difference between that death is, that's a death where you never die. You will suffer pain beyond what you could ever imagine. There's nothing in this world that could come close to what hell has for you. Not even close. And you will suffer forever. You will never, ever die. Think about that. Yeah, I was scared to death when he told me that. I was like, oh, nope. But I got saved because I was scared. I got saved because at the end of the day, I needed God. I needed to change my life. Sitting in this prison cell at 16 years old, I'm wrecking my life like, man, this is what we done did. 1 minute I'm free as a bird, next minute I'm locked inside in 4 walls. Yep, that changed my life. So, I listened to Satan. That's where he got me. He got me in all this mess. And I got to change gears and start praying and listen more to the Lord. And that's what I did. And the more and more I got to read about Jesus and know more about him, the more and more I fell in love. Oop, we got these, Lord. I'll take these right here. Put these over there and put them over here. Let me see something here. Yeah, put a trim here. We definitely did put trim there. Yep. And I wanted to be with the Lord. That's why I tell people, when you read the Bible with the intentions of wanting to know more about God. So if you're reading the Bible as if it's work, like, oh, I gotta read this book, I gotta read this book, you're gonna miss so much of it. You're gonna basically cheat yourself of so much opportunity and how much joy you'll get out of the Bible. If you read the Bible because you want to know more about Jesus and you love him, that's why you read the book. You don't read it because you have to, because you want people to know you did it, then that's no point. Don't even bother reading it. It's a waste of time.
Read it because you want to know more about God. And that some people said, "Oh, I don't have to read the whole book." You better read the whole book. You know who knows that whole book back to front? The devil does. The devil knows the Bible. He does. So if the devil knows the Bible, you better know it. You better know it. Because he knows it. If you haven't read that book, you need to read it. Getting daily scriptures on your phone ain't going to be enough. He knows that book from back to front. And you better know it. You have to be able to see it, see the wrong, and when it comes. You'll have preachers in church that'll be following the devil, and they will. They'll be doing the devil's act, stealing, robbing, cheating, committing adultery, fornicating, all that. They'll be doing all that stuff. And they will twist the Bible up to benefit them. You better know that book. Because if that preacher's in there following the devil and he's doing his works at the end of the day and he twists that book up, you have to know what he said was incorrect. You have to be able to challenge what he said. Now, if I'm in a church and I challenge the preacher about what he said, and I don't like what he said, and I challenge him, and the people in the church get angry, upset me, I'm leaving the church. Bye. That tells me all of you are involved in this demon. I don't want to be here. I'm leaving. And you get people getting in the church and they start worshiping the man. And they're worshiping the man. Oh, Reverend this and Reverend that. He's such a good Reverend. And this son, you're giving praise to a man. You don't praise to a man. You give praise to God. And he should be sitting there like, no. Don't give me that praise. I don't want it. This is God's church. I'm just here. I'm a servant. I'm here just to preach the word. I don't want none of that. You know what that does at the end of the day? When that man receives that praise, it brings in pride. One of the devil's favorite weapons. I saw one where a preacher, him and his wife, was draped over the side of a church. Their banner. Draped over a church. That's not your house. That's God's house. It's not yours. Your job is to go in there and preach the word of the Lord. That's your job. The house does not belong to you. That's God's house. But when that pride sets in, guess who you invite in? Here comes the welcome visitor walking right on in. Sit down right among y'all and watch y'all. Observe y'all. Who can I corrupt in here? Who can I take? I know, because I actually walked in a church one time to murder a preacher one time. Yep. So that's why I said the Lord allowed me to walk on both sides of the fences, and the other side of the fence was extremely dark. I was possessed at one point in my life. A lot of people don't realize that I was possessed. So I heard things and seen things when I tell you at the end of the day that you should be terrified of what you listen to. You have no idea. And this preacher, young preacher, came to the house. Oh man, the hatred I felt for this guy. I wanted him dead. So I know how Satan reacts and how he speaks. Not saying he speaks, but how his feelings are toward Christians, because I felt that in whatever was in me. And the demon told me, go get a knife, and I want you to go to church, to the church, to have a knife church, and I want you to kill him. And that's what I did. Reaching the knife, I grabbed this big Ginsu knife, I tucked it away in my pocket, and I walked down to this church to go kill this preacher. And when I sat down, the hatred I had for everybody in that church, I hated them all. The building, everything, I hated it. The cross, hated it all. It's that demon. And some things the Lord does not allow me to remember, and there's other things he does allow me to remember. So I know my enemy very, very well. Now, as I sat there, I reached in my pocket to grab that knife because I seen him walking past me. That was the time to kill him. Now imagine, I kill this man, I'm going to jail for the murder. So the devil will take him, and the devil will take me, because I'm going to jail and he's going to die. So he's going to go to heaven, and I, on the other hand, well, I'm going to go to prison. Most likely I'll be murdered in prison, and chances are I'm definitely going to hell. So he's got one. But anyway, when he walked past me and I went to grab the knife, my legs didn't move. Like something was wrong. Something didn't feel right. Like I couldn't get my legs to move, my neck wouldn't move, I was paralyzed. From the neck down, my body was not moving at all. And it was scaring me. My heart rate started speeding up, and I couldn't figure what's going on. Like, I can't move. I was stuck. And as he walked back and forth, probably sensed what was in me, and walked back up to the podium, started preaching. My body released, and I ran out of the church. Scared. Because that man's protected at the end of the day. I couldn't touch him. I couldn't lay one hand on him. I couldn't touch him. And I ran upstairs, shut the door. It was dark. Up my upstairs, I had the top floor. It was dark upstairs. There were holes in the walls. The windows were bursted out. The devil raged in hatred, smashing the walls up, and cursing and screaming and yelling at people. Yep. It wasn't anger. It was possession. I used to spend nights in the graveyard. I liked it. It was comfortable out there. Spend hours out there. That's why I said you're not in the graveyard. It's demons in graveyards. You have to be very careful about where you go. And I went anywhere I wanted to go. I walked right into churches and sat down and tried to kill that man. So when I tell you the demons will walk into a church, they'll walk into a church. Yep. It was cast out of me. Yeah, they cast it out of me. I saw a glimpse. And I didn't see what it was. I saw a glimpse. It was enough to scare me so bad that I ran down the stairs face first. I mean, I jumped, leaped down a row of stairs, and landed on my head, and they covered me. That's how terrifying it was. And you entertain this. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. You better find God. You better get down on your knees, and you better pray to protect you in the blood. Because what you entertain, yeah, you have no idea how terrifying it is. Yep. Let me see. This is going. Wait. This is going to be to the back. Okay. May have to do this to top of that. Let's do the back. Get it done. Okay. So you can sit there and laugh about it all you want. And that's what the devil will do. The devil will tell you, oh, don't pay any attention to him. He's just on there rambling on. You keep on doing what you do. But as you can see the results, everything y'all guys tried didn't work. So. Now, question for these people who do these things in the day. If the Lord were to take you right now, are you ready? If it were so, that you knew that today is your last day here, and that the Lord is going to take you today, right now, are you ready to go? You're not ready to go. So, that being said, that means that if you're not ready to go, then you know where you're going. You're not ready to go, it means you know where you are going. There's your wake-up call. You're not ready to go. Even a man on death row could be the hardest man in the world. But when it's his time to go, he will call for a preacher to pray over him, because he does not know what waits for him in the next life. And those who do are terrified to know what they will be facing forever. Like I said, we're not used to that. Forever. Not used to that word. Because we know sooner or later we'll expire. We know that. We're not going to lose it forever. You can't say, hey, this car system's going to last forever. Because, that's a darn lie. It ain't going to last forever. It's going to break down on me. Sooner or later, we're going to have problems. So, sooner or later, it's going to break down on me. Nothing's forever. But in that world, it's forever. So, even the thought of that. You ever burn yourself before? Of course we have burned ourselves before, right? Burn yourself real bad. And that pain just lingers on. And to the point where you can feel your hand throbbing a little bit. You feel that throbbing in there. And you tell yourself at the end of the day, it can't last forever. Sooner or later it's got to end, right? Burn my finger multiple times on that thing. right? So it's not going to last forever. It's going to end sooner or later. I'm never going to feel it ever again. Imagine that same pain, and you multiply that time 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000 times, and it never ends. That's what you're facing. And that's not just your fingers, that's your entire body, in and out. I don't even want to know about the other half of what goes on there. I don't want to know. So that's the reason why I get on here and I warn you every day, because if you don't get your act together, that's where you're going. Your life is in great danger because the devil's watching you right now. He's watching me right now, and he's upset because he lost, and he's going to continue losing. Hey, Taco, I'm gonna make you one of these today. Ah! What do you think about that, you little crazy kitty over there? Crazy kitty. He doesn't know what he is. He's just crazy kitty. Are you crazy kitty? So I'm crazy kitty. I'm not just a kitty. I'm a crazy kitty. Round, Taco. Round. Crazy kitty. Oh. Taco, you got me meowing like you know? Picking up your meows? All about your meows. All about your meows. All about your meows. Raw. There we go. Let me see. Okay, monster guy with the fit about the thing. Let's work on the roof area. But I do want to install. Where is that at? Anyway, let me see. Where are you? Mac and cheese. Where did you go? I'm trying to figure out where I put the whatchamacallit to hold our telescope. It's not up here. So that means it's on the floor somewhere. Chances are probably it's on the floor somewhere. Or did I put it up in here? Where did I do it? Not over there. Oh, come on. We built this thing. We didn't cut it up or anything. I know we didn't do that. Let me see. Sometimes these things get blown off the table. Alright, we need you, buddy. We're going to install you in. Get that going. Figure out where that just went to. It's missing. It's got to be up here somewhere. Okay, you're not there, you're not there, you're not over there. Huh. What happened to it? It's off my table. Okay. Let's go play this game of what are you going to do? Is it in the drawer? They're full in a drawer? Wow, the minute I go install this thing, it's a perfect size, it's a perfect fit, it's just perfect. Oh, there it is, I see it. Thank you. It's a perfect size for our platform. I'm going to make a platform for the platform. Taco, we're going to make a platform for the platform, Taco. What about that, Taco Bell? Taco Bell. Taco Bell over there. Oh, look at your paws so neatly. Oh, here. Treats. Got treats. Haha! You finally galloped over. You finally galloped over. Yeah! Here you go. These are treats. Tasty treats. Where's those? In your way? Okay, there you go. Tasty treats. Treats. Platform's gonna be smaller than that jack. Smaller than that jack. Well, that's smaller. Oh, that's perfect. We'll take that, Jack. Is there a star system in our world? Yeah. The approximate height we have to play around is 4 feet. So we can't go over 4 feet. So we're literally going to build an entire enclosure around this entire unit that's going to have a star system and everything. Star systems actually are black lighted. So that means everything in this village glows. It's going to be pretty cool when we get done with it. There's going to be little pockets of little corners and areas where you may see people there just talking, relaxing, and all that other crazy stuff. It's going to be quite an interesting world when we get done. I see these beautiful worlds all over Facebook. People now want that. I want my own little world. So now we're building our own little world. And soon we get done this part. When I get back, I'm going to start construction on my robot. Why buy when you can build it? Out of Tupperware parts. I'm going to use my cutting tools over there to basically cut and modify the parts that I need. There we go. Got a nice little tiny platform here. Right there. Our scientists. The scientists. Oops, we need more glue, Jack. Meanwhile, the other guys are over there working on a church. They're pretty soon today. Somebody got drunk and put the freaking bar door on backwards. Who was responsible for that, Jack? There we go. The telescope is going to appear right from the side. That's going to look so cool. That is going to look so cool. All right. So let's get you in place. And that's the fact, Jack. Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? Stripes. That's the fact, Jack. I see you falling over slowly. I see you. Right, the brother's like, over here, over here, over here, over here. The laugh he had was hilarious. Look at his teeth. Rawr. The metal man. This is a metal man. So, let's start working on the roof, because the roof has some interesting features to it. Definitely has some interesting features to it. Our chimney is going to be interesting too. We have an interesting chimney. Oh, I see you leaning, doing a Michael Jackson on me like that. Look, Lou, it just takes some time. Just have to keep studying it. So let me see what we got here for the roof. Oh, we're fighting with that a little bit here. A roof. Right there, but it can't be past my telescope. So let me see. Now we are going to have one piece of plastic in here. We need the plastic for the lens. So let me see right here. Roughly. Yeah. I wanted to shadow a little bit of shadow. little bit interesting with our roof. Do something different to the corner parts of it. That'll be for that later. Over there, I have our piece laying just like this, like that, and make sure our saddle hits from here, from there. Are you in there? You're in there. Cool. All right, so that can't be touched from there. Cool. Gimme. Okay, go from there. All right, so that's another one from there. But it has to be this way because I need that to be flat because we have a whatchamacallem there waiting for us there. Mountain. That's beautiful there. All right, and then we have this side. Let's see, I think this side is a bit longer. Is it a bit longer on this side? It's a bit longer. And I need to cut a little bit there. And there, I can be trimmed up a little bit. There we go. Let's see how you look now. Okay. All right. Now we need on this side. We're going to have. Let me see. Well, you can see it from here. I want to put the meteor on this side. Right. So we're going to put a meteor reactor right there. Meteor reactor, because you know, we found this meteor. We got to put it to some good use. So we have to cut a hole in here and build a reactor for a meteor. It's going to hold our meteor. As you say, this meteor is interesting. I can use it to power the house. So first beginning stage of our meteor, which is actually the same size as this and this. It's all right, Taco Bird. That's right, Daddy-O. 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 Taco-Yo. You want some Nestle Quick? I didn't get your Nestle Quick this month. I didn't get your Nestle Quick. I think it's a little cat full Nestle Quick. Not a lot. Just a little cat full. Use the same square to build the structure. Go around it. Now, let me see. I'm gonna have to put a whatchamacallem inside. Wait, you cut this is the roof, right? Yeah, we can get the other part of the roof in this too. So cut this out here. Both sides of the roof done. There, that's for that. That's done. We got this piece right here. I think we got enough right here for this one too on top of that. We can use this to line the inside. Let's break this down. Break it down for you. Look to me. Break it down for you. Oh, yes. I need that piece of break in there. There we go. That's better. No, put it more in there. It's nice and snug in there. Just gives a little more depth too. Our reactor system we're putting in. Oh, let me see. Looks like something out of Dr. Seuss, right? It's kind of what I saw in my head. As I'm sitting up, standing up, I'm seeing this huge telescope just protruding out. I'm like, oh, we have to know that. We have to put in observatory. So what we're going to do with the telescope, it's going to be a huge lens, and on that lens, we're going to paint stars and all kinds of stuff. So when the black lights hit it, it's not like he's actually viewing the stars. So I have a little metal man we're going to make. He's going to be on the balcony, legs swinging over the side, observing the people below. Curiosity. And every once in a while, he brings the metal man down, which has the ability to fly, by the way. And he likes to explore and see what goes on in the town down here. It's interesting about people. Now, he could do the job on some of the carpenters who have to lift heavy objects. He's super strength. He helps with some of the builds and stuff. He fly to the top of the steeple and put the church cross on. And some of the jobs he does around the kingdom. It's never to be used for war, ever. This is going to be a little area right here where we're going to have the meteor here. It's going to be charging the house. So you're going to see wires coming here. Like we're going to use the USBs. We're going to have a battery pack in there. So the USBs are going to be part of it. It's going to be charging the charge coming in the roof and out to the side of it here. You see a USB pop here, maybe come through here and here. Like the house is being charged. And this will be the guy who sits up on top of the mountain here that we already working installing him right now. There's a mountain piece. That's where he sits it right up there. So we're going to be putting in rails that'll connect from here to here. This will be glued to the back, and there's going to be a spiral staircase that he comes down when he wants to basically interact with the town folks. The robot, of course, has the ability to fly, so every once in a while it comes off the top and flies around and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting. Future and medieval, which is pretty cool. So I thought we add some. This is all fantasy build, by the way. So it's not accurate. It's not meant to be accurate. It's fantasy build. It's meant to be fun. It's a fantasy build. There we go. It's got to be perfect right there. There's our telescope. We're working on it. It's actually been longer than that. That's just the base of it right now. So let's start on our little reactor set up here. And our door's gonna be cool. Our door's gonna have a giant peephole, like a little telescope that pushes out. Oh, that's it. How to get to the top of my mountain? I'm busy right now. The king has requested you. So be it. I shall be there. So even his chariot is powered by that meteor. And his horses aren't real horses. They're mechanical machines. He's an interesting fellow on top of his mountain. We're also, too, on the side, as the mountain starts to push downward, we are going to install some nice trees on that side. We're going to use real branches for that. I know I'm messing this up. I don't care. I'll put another one down anyway. And we're going to put a nice little tree house up there for the kids. They meet in their tree house. They talk about all types of things in the tree house. Yeah, today Billy saw a yogurt. A yogurt. An ogre. A real ogre? A real one. Did he see you? No. No. The giants, once in a while they see him. George the giant and Daniel the dragon. Of course, if that's the king's son, he couldn't be his son because he doesn't have a son. The story behind that one, that is the king when he was a soldier, before he became a king, he was a knight, and he decided that he was going to do the town a favor. They did it with a dragon, a very fearsome, dangerous dragon, on the top of this mountain. And when he got up there and found out that it wasn't a fearsome dragon, it was a baby dragon. The mother has abandoned it, and it was by itself. So he took the dragon home. The dragon grew to be his son. So imagine the king and queen are cats, and they have a son who is a dragon. So they adopt their own. Daniel the dragon, basically, is good friends with George the giant. This is another legendary creature that lives on this whole entire world, and George is just a kid. There's also a sea monster, Seymour the sea monster. And he pretty much is interesting about the ships and the sailors, what he sees in the ocean. He detects a lot of the ships from the rocky shores. So when we build a lighthouse, you'll get a chance to see Seymour, the sea dragon. He likes to lay on the beach and he likes to blow smoke rings. That's one of his hobbies he likes to do. And you have the mermaids. They over there at the Lucky Lakes. We're going to build another Lucky Lakes setup. So that's for something else. The mermaids come out there and they know Seymour the dragon. Seymour the dragon's father is a friendly one, but he sees no interest in the humans at all. He really doesn't. But Seymour finds them quite fascinating. That's why he spends a lot of time watching the ships. From time to time, you may see him with a sailor's hat on or a captain's hat on. And they know him. They see Seymour from time to time. You know, he's a friendly dragon. King has decreed into law that he is not to be touched. Nor the giant or the dragon. And then once in a while, you'll see the unicorns frolicking in the background, which we're going to do a whole entire valley of unicorns and ogres. And ogres, again, they don't kill people. They're just mischief. They're like a Dennis the Menace kind of mischief. That's what they are. So you're missing pies off your shelves and your window seals and stuff like that. Or something spooking the cows or the chickens. That'd be them at the end of the day doing stuff like that. Pretty harmless, just mischief. But they fear George the giant. George is a little too big for them. George finds something interesting. But he doesn't like what they do. So here we go. We got our first part for our reactor core we're designing. Whew. We have to make a meteor. Let me see. I think a piece of paper would be great for this. Let's get a couple of sheets of paper. good size for meteor. It's not too big, it's not too small. So that would be a good size for meteor. So let's start working on that. Take down all our edges here. So we have nothing. I love going to thrift stores. You know why? I see a lot of cool stuff in thrift stores. People throw away furniture. Oh, why? Man, so if you know dry brushing, how to dry brush something like we do, like Fallout, we know how to make it rusted, make it look old, give it kind of a rusted, worn look to it. Yeah, I can do that with furniture. The same application that I do on PCs, I can literally do it on furniture. I can make cyberpunk furniture. I can install computers into it, all that. So when I see cabinets and stuff, I'm like, huh, they got rid of this. Yeah, rebuild that whole thing, man. Put it all back together again. Give it a kind of worn out look to it. Install computer parts into it and all kinds of stuff, fans and LED lights and all that stuff. Turn it into something completely different. Put it in my home. One man's trash is another man's treasure. You seen what I can do with that stuff at the end of the day? Yeah, I can make cyberpunk furniture. I can even make steampunk furniture too. Yep. It's like we're building a piece of meteor out of a balled up piece of paper. Yep, just like that. Easy to do. All about your imagination. That's what it comes down to. Just like when I sit there and I did the video and I said, do you see this? Do you see the small town? And I look at it. It's a small town here. To think outside box. Said the box, Twinkle said the box, Twinkle said the box, think outside the box. So, they have this desk that has the roll-up, old-fashioned desk that has the whole roll-up door in the front. And I bought it. So when I had it on their porch, I bought one. I bought their desk because I'm going to turn that into a cyberpunk PC with valves and everything. I'm going to build a PC into it. I'm going to give the wood a kind of a worn out kind of look to it, dry paint job to it. Restructure the whole thing. Even found a leather chair to match with it. So I'm going to cut out pieces of it and put leather patches over it. Large stitches in leather. So the stitches we're going to do in leather stitching with a leather hole puncher. Learn to work with leather too also. So that's one thing I told people the other day, that I work with leather, work with all different types of materials, because again, anytime I met a friend at the end of the day that had a skill level like this, I learned from them. I like to be around people that I can learn from. If I can learn something from you or a skill from you, that's fantastic. I learned all types of stuff from people. You have a knowledge that I would like to know about. So that's why it pays never to go through life full glass. Mm-hmm. Cute. Cute. You can tell me at the end of the day, oh, you can't do this. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Because my Lord said I can. That's why I believe that I can. I said I can, and you said I can't. Are you saying God can't? Because God's the one that told me that I could do it. If you say that I'm crazy, who are you calling crazy? Me or God? Because God's the one that told me I could do it. So, oh, you don't call God crazy, right? Consequences behind that one, right? But it's interesting that his people, at the end of the day, who he blesses with the ability to do this, you call crazy. You call it delusional. Interesting. You attack him. When you attack one of us, you attack him also. Well, look at this. There are tabs in here. Excuse me, people. Ah, that hurt like that dickens. But I'm used to it. I'm burned like 1,000 times on this thing. Over and over again. Burn, burn, burn. They got the tip things you can put on to keep your fingers from getting burned, but you know, I suffer from my work. I want to do it, but you know, basically. I need pieces. Oh, so where's my other piece go? ouch, 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 ouch. It's funny because I thought I was the only one that did that. I'm literally watching my family members over going, bum, 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 bum. Oh, we all do that? I thought I was the only one that did that craziness. I do that from time to time. Probably something I did when I was a kid, most likely. Sitting there waiting, like, bum, 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 bum. My fan. My fan's a fan of its fan. Ah, really? Yeah, it's really. He'd be down there telling jokes like, what did the sock say to the foot? You're putting me on. Ah, ah, ah. It's a real knee slapper. It's a knee slapper. It's a real knee slapper. Knee slapper. Oops. Radio. The knee slapper. Knee slapper. It's a knee slapper. Slap your knee. So funny. It's a knee slapper. It's a knee slapper. Okay, let's put a ring around it. Little knee slapper. I had a person over the Karen place. She was a real nice person. She is a older person. Oh, be my grandmother. Real nice. And everybody else, I had to be business-like. You know, I couldn't let them see the kind of personality I have the other day. She was the only one that saw it. Like, I only picked like one person I know I could trust that would see my actual personality. Like, joking around, laughing, and carrying on and on. Everybody else like, yes. Be business. with that one person. Me and her, I go to my grandmother. We were there cracking up in the elevator. I was like, we would be all serious. I was talking like, how you doing? Yes, so and so. So yeah, we're working upstairs. We're doing her paint job upstairs right now. Okay, yeah. And then me and her get in the elevator together. And I'm like, did you see that? He asked me about the artwork. I said, it was absolutely exquisite. Do you want to hear a joke? She started laughing like, who are you? I said, well, I pick one person to see my sense of humor side. I trust her. She's a real nice person. I said, I have to ask you a joke. Do you care to hear? She said, I want to hear this joke. I said, what did the sock say to the foot? She was like, what did the sock say to the foot? You're putting me on. It's a real knee slapper. Then right when I said that, somebody opened up the door. I went back to my regular. So like, yeah, so we're doing the work upstairs right now. And doing the installment right now, and I gotta bring another projector and maybe an ultra strip to show the demonstration. I'm like, okay, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, that's great. And she looked at me the whole time like, what the frick was that? I said, because I gotta act normal. I can't be being myself and can't have fun. I have fun and joke around a little bit, but I can't show my true identity. Like I like to really have fun, and I gotta do business. Like I'm in business, on a job right here, doing this work. There's only one person I would show this side to. So in here, there's only one person that's seen it. That I joke with like this. So I show a little bit of my side of it, but the other part, like the joke and carry and everything, is one person has seen it. So very few people get to see that side of me. And that's the jokes side we like to have all the fun with. Yeah. Can you see in the ring? Yeah. Anyway. Look at that. They said you found this meteor. Yes, the meteor I did find. And what is your business with the meteor? I'm using it for science, to design, to make things usher us into the future. Carry on. If you need any support from the king or queen, let us know. We'd love to meet this machine one day they talk about in town. I should bring him by this evening. Thank you. I do appreciate. Good day. Good day. So now the machine is getting dressed up, getting ready to take him to the king's ball. He has been requested. And he is so excited because he's seen the castle all above where the top. He went with the castle way up high. Castle knows that's really high. Seen the castle. He's always wondered what goes on in the castle. He's permitted not to go near the castle until they're ready for him. So now his day is coming. Soon, which will be in the ballroom to observe the castle, to meet the king and queen. It's very exciting. Now he's already met the other enchanted creatures in the valley. He's met the giant. He's met the unicorns. He's seen the ogres. He keeps a little distance from them. He does watch them, by the way. But I'm also curious. He's met the unicorns and the sea monster and all those little characters. He's seen them all. And he's also seen some other things that other people don't know about. Because remember, he's from space. He came down in a meteor. That's what he's built from. He's built from the meteor. He's powered by the meteor. So he knows things about the vast universe that they don't even know about. That meteor has traveled everywhere, and his memory comes from that meteor. So he does talk. He speaks, has his cup of oil in the morning, because that's a cup of oil. And him and the scientists talk about the world above. Now, somewhere you'll see a structure and pieces in different areas of a rocket being built by the scientists. He's constructing a rocket. It's in so many different sections all around where he's working in different areas with it. He works where he can find the elements that best work. So if he finds elements for this, for diamonds and gold, it can power this machine. We'll have parts here and parts here. So he'll need parts of this rocket. He's just planning to basically travel to another world, which this robot's telling him about this old world up there. He wants to see it now. So the robot's giving him instructions how to build and put together a rocket to leave. He's coming back. He's just going to do some exploring. This is cool. My buddy was like, we should write a book on this. He's a writer. He said, got to write a book on this, man. This is crazy. You got to write a book on this. And I was like, yeah, well, I'm working on it. I got an idea for write a little book on it. See how the Lord directs you in some of the most interesting ways. All right, so I'll put this on each side. And for what you want to call them. That piece, we got one here. I need 3 of these. I need 2 more. 2 more. So I'm explaining this to my friends about it, and they've been like, man, that sounds crazy. You got to write a book on this. So maybe we will. Maybe we'll write a book. It'll be a nice kid's book. And of course, adults will read it too. You know? You're like, how did all this get started? Well, I was building something for the technology, and boom, this came up out of it. That's how the Lord works. Never play the sea turtles and checkers. You will be there for years. There'll be things like Post-it when we build the whole seashore and with the lighthouse. We're going to do a medieval lighthouse. This is going to be pretty cool. Enchanted fantasy lighthouse. That's also too powered by these crystals. And we'll have the sea dragon out there. Sea dragon is going to be dressed like a sailor. So he's going to have the hat, giant hat on. He's going to have, just like the sailors, he's going to be dressed like that because he wants to be a sailor so bad. He comes up to the boats from time to time, and they feed him fish and stuff like that, you know. He likes chocolate. He loves chocolate. They give him chocolate from time to time. Not a lot, but it's chocolate. He does love chocolate. But anyway, he tells stories to the sailors on the ship about what goes on under the ocean that they can't visit, they can't see. But this guy up here is always building something, so who knows? It might be a submarine may pop up. Who knows? He might build a submarine. Not the submarine from our era. This is kind of like more like kind of a, you know, old mechanical kind of submarine that somebody's going to have to power with pedals or whatever, how they're going to do it. Or maybe by these crystals, who knows? So we'll have to make more of these crystals in other places. Yep. They're still doing stuff with the medieval. They still have the medieval. From time to time, you'll see a little of this technology somewhere being tested to see. Now, Daniel, the dragon, comes in handy from time to time. He basically lights the furnaces and all that stuff, and, you know, he breathes fire, by the way. He can control it too very well. His dad trained him. Trained him how to control his fire capabilities. And he can fly, of course, he's a dragon. He has that capability too, which also, too, his father trained him. He got him as a baby. He was a baby dragon. Roughly probably the size of a St. Bernard. But he was a baby, and he got him. Of course, when he first started learning how to use his flames, he did burn some stuff down. You know what I mean? Light stuff, you know what I mean? Like drapes and stuff like that. Because, you know, he sneezed, got cold one year, and he sneezed, and that was like a really bad year. Learning to keep the dragon from catching colds, because dragons, basically, when they sneeze, they blow fire. So, yeah, they learned a lot of lessons about the dragon as he started to grow. So right now, he's about a teenager, roughly a teenager, young teenager. Giants a teenager, they're all like teenagers somewhat. Young teenagers, like roughly in their age, they'd be roughly higher than that. They'd be like 300, 400 years old. They're not even a century yet, so they're still very young. And then out of the group of the trolls, as I said, there's one troll that's not like the rest of them. He hangs out with them, but secret, no one's supposed to know about that. He can get in a lot of trouble. You know, he doesn't want to be mischief. He doesn't want to get in trouble, you know. He wants to grow flowers. Can you imagine that? A troll who wants to grow flowers. Isn't that interesting? But they won't accept him for growing flowers. You know, he's supposed to be a troll. But he wants to grow flowers. He hangs with the unicorns most of the time. The unicorns are always around flowers. But no one can know his secret, so they all keep his secret. He pops up every once in a while. They all sit out and they have fun and talk and joke and laugh. Now, meanwhile, the people in here, they know the dragon. But some of the other creatures, they don't know. They consider them to be legendary, but they're not. They're actually real. Sailors claim they've seen the dragon. They talk to the sea monster from time to time, but they think they're all drunk most of the time. So, they come into the tavern, they talk about this huge sea monster that's dressed just like them as a sailor, and he likes chocolate and stuff like that, just tricks in the water, and like, nah. But the problem is when they go out to see it, they never see him because he's very shy. Only likes the people of the ship, the captains and stuff like that. He likes them. So he doesn't really come out for them at all, period. So let's see. Let's get you. So get you started here. I think I'm gonna cut you about right there. That's good enough to put my ring in there. Perfect. That's a good size right there. So our reactor core. My mother, I said, had an interesting imagination. Put it to some use. Do something with it. Interesting. Well, where are we at with this? Can we just make 3 of these? Oh, it's right there. Let's say, where's that one at? It's right there. And we do have to put in a library. Not here, but we are going to build another section. I don't know, maybe like a strip. Because then we can connect them together. We do have to put a library. Library is run by mice. They run the library. And they're quite the bookworms. They love to read all the time. Especially books on cheese. So yeah, they do. They run the library. Anything you need to find, you go to them, and they can track it down. Yowcha. Yowcha, yowcha. Well, everybody else dresses in formal gear. This guy dresses a little like steampunk. That's this type of stuff. It's top hat. And it's mechanical monogram. It's a monogram? Am I understand it correctly? Hopefully I am. He's the inventor of the town. And then his machine, which he calls his son. And there are little kids. Oh, there's millions of little kids, elves, and different frogs that talk and speak in 9 yards, and all different types of animals and stuff. There's kids. So we definitely have to put a treehouse. And the treehouse, we're definitely going to be building a nice treehouse over there. And they talk about all the different adventures, the pirates, because we're making a ghost pirate section where we're going to have these pirate ships. And one of these pirate ships is haunted. It's sitting halfway docked on the sands, and you can see the footprints, which we're going to have in the black light hits them, they glow. And it marks X where their treasures are hidden. And in this captain's ship, I want to put the glass in it. I'm going to put the little skeletons in it, so that way when the hour comes, they all come to life. At 12 o'clock at night, they all come to life. It never even happened. Yep. catch them at the right time, which one have a bunch of little ones up on top of the hill with a little big telescope watching the dance on the ship. Kind of cool if someone turned this into a video game. I would love to play it. I would like to go to this little town. Oh, let it go. Here from the fan, this to dry a little faster. Over here. A little bit more on this. This is going to be a more difficult one, but we'll get it there. I have to put it in front of the fan. That's what I'm doing right now. Thanks for getting that progress in there. My scissors, get over me. I'll get that later. It's part of the roof on the side. I'll put clamps on. Give it a more serious look to it. Ah, meteor, stay there, please. A little bit. Get you in front of the fan.
tubing, a ball, makes an octopus. Yep. Little tiny suction cups all along the arms, makes an octopus. Yep. That's how you make an octopus. The build for the whatchamacallit would have to be different. For the sea monster would have to be different. Why? Because we have to show what's going on under the ocean too. So it'd have to be built like on a box system. Or basically with a peekaboo glass, so you can see what's going on over top, or you can look on the side and see what's going on in the ocean. We can make an octopus. Right on the side of the glass, where the ships are going over top. Little city of Atlantis down there. Mermaids swimming back and forth. Some lobsters having sword fights in the water. That'd be pretty cool. We can have to build that.
There's a furniture shop I've been checking out. Been watching it for the last couple of days. I got to get down there. I'm gonna pop down there today. They got some really nice furniture. I do want to make some steampunk furniture. So I'm gonna see what they got in there. That's why I love these places. These little thrift stores and flea markets. All types of treasures in there to build interesting stuff. One day I might start a YouTube channel. Just go into different flea markets or buy stuff and convert it into new stuff. I even have a name for it. I can't even mention it because again, who knows what the Lord's going to do with it, you know? So that might be a field trip. Go to different places, find thrift stores, and take everyday objects and turn them into something different. Worth something. Nothing expensive, something that's very affordable that you can decorate your home or your office with, or even your kids' room. I think. So I'm gonna go take a look in there today. When I was a kid, I didn't want to go to the thrift store because, you know, my friend's seen us coming out of a thrift store. Now today, you can't keep me away from those places. I find a thrift store, I'll be like, oh, snap, we're here. I'll be in there every single day for looking for stuff. Especially furniture. Oh, man. Yeah. Paint that furniture all black and the black coat to it on top of that. Man, I can give it a nice gold trim, silver trim. I can even rust out the table legs to make them look like they're worn down. The corners, the side. Give it a kind of a rough edge look to it. Oh, man, I can have a ball with some furniture. You know, my painting skills are crazy on PC. Wait till you see me get your hands on a piece of furniture. Yeah. Make it look like deco art. All that cool stuff, man. Yep. And since I build PCs, yeah, on a PC to that baby. Retro the whole entire thing. Oh, you know, we gotta build that. Now I'm thinking about it. We gotta do an end table. We're gonna do a little small, oh, that would be cute. A little small end table. We can put it in here and show it all. Challenge accepted. Now we must be on the hunt for a small end table. And it can't be nothing I can buy on Amazon. I have to literally get this thing out of a thrift store. It has to have some age to it. This is why I gotta get me a workshop. This is why I need a workshop. It's not just for the screens. I build other stuff too besides that. And I'm gonna do a really cool end table. Alright, I'm going to that furniture shop to go around and see what we got there. Because we bring our own furniture in here. We can have our own furniture in here at the end of the day. Oh yeah, that would be amazing. I can get rid of that bookcase, put one in here that'd be to my taste at the end of the day. Huh.
we'd be doing our dresser cabinets and all that stuff, and I'd be looking at it like, man, if you only knew what you do with that stuff, you can upgrade all of that on it, man. All that. All the parts, everything. You can even take apart the drawers and put them all back together again the way you want it.
It's Legos with wood. That's why people who work with wood all the time, they walk past something and go, ah, look at that cabinet over there. They see it different, like, oh, man, I'm going to do this, man. When I get this to the shop, I'm going to really hook this thing up. And I'll be watching the wheels turn in their head, like, what you going to do to it? Because I know what they're going to do to it when they get it in that shop. I'm like, oh, my goodness. Come back, like, a couple weeks later, like, wow, this was the same piece. Same piece, man. Same piece. This is what I did to it. I stuck a computer in it. Now, if I'm doing a computer system in there, a computer, definitely all the cables have to look like they're made out of wood. It has to blend with the interior. So the cables have to look like they're wood, everything. To do wooden fans are easy to do. They make this tape. I used it before. It has a kind of a wood texture to it, but it's tape instead. I got to get some stuff to show you the stuff it looks like. They use it for wood trim, for trimming wood off. But they make it wide. And you can cut that out to basically to fit each one of the blades from back to front. And it won't slow down the fan. People will slow the fan. No, slow the fan. You 5,000 RPMs, you ain't slowing that thing down. Especially when I put fan boosters on mine. So, you know what I mean, the fan controllers and all that. Yeah, you're not going to slow it down anyway whatsoever. You're good at the end of the day. But anyway, yeah. It's very lightweight, very, very thin. But yeah, you can make wooden fans with it without worrying about the fans warping. Because technically you can't have wooden fans, and the reason why you can't have them, PC cases generate a ton of heat. You would basically warp the fans. You know, your motherboard actually slowly, rapidly moves. It doesn't rapidly, but it moves up and down. It does because of the heat. It fluctuates. Like bridges. Bridges constantly move all the time. People don't feel it, but that bridge is constantly moving all the time. That's why they have a suspension system. If you look at the suspension system, if they made that bridge rigid, that thing would snap in half. That rigid system, that tension system, allows the bridge to fluctuate. But man, if you had made that thing stiff, that structure, that thing would have snapped in half on you. I actually did a documentary on, watched a documentary on bridges are built. Especially the suspended bridge. That's why I'm stuck a cable snap, man, I'm stuck a whip across you, man, cut you right in half. Because their tension, they're made to fluctuate with the bridge. Gravity. The bridge is constantly moving, but you can't feel it, but it is moving. Like the Earth right now. The Earth is spinning right now. And you wouldn't even notice it. You're walking around like, oh, but it's actually spinning. Imagine you've got motion sickness from the Earth spinning. Probably what vertical is, to tell you the truth. That's what it kind of feels like. But anyway, yeah. Earth is spinning. Everything is spinning, moving. Ground is moving around you all the time, and you just don't feel it at all, period. But it's going on. It's definitely going on. Let me put you this way. The meteor. Every time you go across the tension bridge, that thing is constantly moving up and down. You just can't feel it. That cables were made out of steel. That sucker would be bending back and forth at a snap on you. Like, you know, when they build a cobblestone bridge. The strongest, if you want to take a cobblestone bridge, smash the stone in the middle, the wedge. That's what keeps them together. You know, stack up, here and here and here. When they drop that wedge in, it's perfect form of gravity. Look at geoforces. It's going to be geoforces anyway. But it centers the stones. That one little stone. If you were to take a bridge down, I got this game that basically you have to learn how to blow it. It's called Captain TNT. And you have to figure out how to take the structure down at its weakest point, but you only get a certain amount of TNT to do it. So to figure out where the weakest point is that would cause the entire system to collapse. And in the wedge bridge, it's the middle stone. But for some reason, when people do like the buildings, they start from the top. You know, bottom structure is going to go down faster. We cracked that. I love that game so much, man, because it just basically it has a real shows the real laws of physics in that game. I love it. I can play that game for hours. All right, now we're gonna go right here, 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 here. You heard me the first time. You heard me the first time. Why are we repeating this? Why are we repeating? You're kind of asking for it now. You're asking for it, buddy boy. You're asking for it. That's me in my imaginary world talking to the builder, and the robot. Him and the robot up there building this thing, and the robot has a bit of learned sense of humor. He's learned sense of humor. Hanging around at the tavern, he's learned sense of humor. I tell him, like, stay away from the tavern, please. I like the tavern. These guys are funny in there. I said, no, but they're headaches from time to time. But they're funny. So now he's learned sarcasm, and he's learned how to be funny. So he's up there working, the robot's telling all these jokes. And he's like, where do you learn this from? He said, I go to the tavern. The tavern, he doesn't drink the root beer, but he does like oil, and they always keep his oil there on tap for him when he comes in. They had a lifted chimney to put up there, and him being the strongest was able to lift everything in one hit so they could work on the roof. So he can come there and have his cold oil anytime he wants. But meanwhile, while he's there, he has shenanigans of the drunken elves that go in and have fun. They get drunk over here, by the way. So, yeah. So, every once in a while, he brings his shenanigans to the other guy, which is actually a little bit more serious about what he does. He says, right here, 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 here. Really? We can't go through this all day. And where are you learning this from? Are you going to the tavern? He puts his head down like, come on. These guys in there are crazy. You know, you hanging with the elves. The elves are funny. Those are the ones that put the door on backwards and left out, which was me, but I blame it on the elves. They put the door on backwards. And then over here, they were supposed to finish the walkway. They finished all of this, which not yet. They put all this together, but they finished the walkway and left the guy in there. And the guy was like, did you build the walkway for him to get out? I was like, not really. So he's still in there. He's still in there. You know, his wife is called 4 times. They don't know where he's at. He's in the middle. He's in the middle. We're going over. We're going to put it in this for me. It's all right in there for him to get out. He said, yeah, real funny, guys. Real funny. It's real funny. You kind of think of it. It's a bit hilarious. It's not hilarious being trapped in my building for a few days. Because we got caught up in the build over there and forgot. And then we had to put the window in over there. So they called us over there, put the window in. So over there, the window in. For them, over there, the window. They get the work done. They're just a bit mischief. That's all. They play too much. But they do get the work done. We get the work done. We get it done, by golly. Look at our work. I've been doing this craftsmanship since my father's father, his father's father, and his father's father. They're good builders. They're excellent builders. They just have a little too much fun sometimes on the job. So that's what they do. But they're not responsible for this work. This is the work between the scientist and explorer, scientist and his robot up there. And now his robot is learning to have a different personality because he's hanging with the town people below, which he's got full permission from his father. Here, he can go explore the town. But he spends a lot of time in the tavern because he likes those guys. Those guys joke a lot. And he's seen the giant. He flies. He flies. You see him flying around. Now, he makes sure the ogres never see him fly. But sooner or later, he's going to get a chance to meet the other ogre, which is the one that actually wants to grow flowers. He doesn't want to be like the other ogres. So soon he'll be meeting the other ones. He'll be meeting the machine. And the king has not seen him. He doesn't fly past the king yet. Unless, he got a chance to got his invitation to go to the ball to meet the king. So now the king will see him. And that means now that's territory he'll be able to fly over now. The king looks forward to seeing him as much as possible. He's really fascinated by him. He wants to know about these other worlds he speaks of. His mind and his body was in the meteor. And pieces of the meteor become a piece of him. It's memories of going to different galaxies and distant stars and stuff like that. And he traveled the world until he crashed into this world over here. And then he was picked up by this fellow who basically took the meteor and made a machine that powered him. And that's how he became the life, as a machine. Yep. So that's how all that happened. So we will call him Reuben. His name is Reuben. Reuben the robot. The curious ogre is called Oscar. Oscar loves flowers. Oscar spends a lot of its time in the field, enjoying butterflies and flowers, basking in the sun with the unicorns. He loves unicorns. Unicorns were terrified of him at first. And they watched him from a distance, and they see him come out and lay in the flowers and play with the butterflies, and they realize that this ogre is different. It's not like the rest of them. So eventually one came up. Well, that was told. They became good friends. And unicorns went over all the enchanted flowers are. So now the ogre's in love with the flowers and he wants to grow flowers. So one day, he'll separate from this pack and we'll build him a nice little cottage and a bed of enchanted flowers. And that's where he'll live for the rest of his life. And one day he'll maybe have little kids. Who knows? He's an ogre. Anything's possible in this world. Oh, I like how this is going. Ah. He also hangs with the kids a lot too. The machine hangs with the kids a lot. He's helping them to construct a better treehouse. The first one they built was okay, but he's building a better one. He's drawing up blueprints, so it's kind of like a little cottage in the trees. So he's constructing a new one for them. He has a pretty interesting life. Takes his ability of technology everywhere he goes. He uses it to help other people out with it. There we go. That's getting there. he is very serious with the professor on building this rocket ship. He wants to see this world that he talks about and the stars. He stares every day in that telescope, wishing to be a part of that universe up there. And now he has the capability. So we're going to have little rocket ship, parts of the rocket ship, all in different areas. Put a little workstation out there for him too on top of that. Oops, come on. Let's marry with this. Let's marry well. I'm going to get all this done. Come on, stop sliding off the side. Are we on here or are we fighting? Oh, we are fighting me. Oh, and about to we'll try. Okay, stay there. I got to put and drop from the fan. When I bring him down low, that's why I got to put him on the fan. I was going to do it where you see part of the meteor what crashed into his house, but I thought this would be better to make his own little generator system. So we're going to be using a battery pack inside where we can get access to, and we're going to use the USB cables, the ones that light up, and we're going to run them in and out of the house to the top and the bottom and stuff like that. So that was what he's using to charge his little setup over there. To marry for me, wants to fight me a bit. I can take the fight. We can get it done. I can't believe he built all this piece by piece, like scrap by scrap by scrap, piece by piece. Right. At first, I mean, it's kind of like once you get all the buildings assembled, just about. It doesn't seem hard anymore. It just seems basic because there's a lot of work to put all this together. And I did make it so I can get it out of here when it was time for me to move to get the other place. Which I'm going to have my buddy come in. Me and him are going to come in. We're going to build a big table to put it on. So we can expand it. There is one section we are going to build. It's going to be coated in all black screen paint. The entire town's going to be all black, everything. And he's going to be using projector mapping technology to basically map and put holograms into it. So we're going to make that the haunted section, where basically, where all the people pass away in the town, they go there. And it's a very beautiful place, by the way. But you'll see things moving back and forth. So yeah, he's going to build on it. He said, man, I want to be a part of this build. So he's going to be a part of it. All right, cool. Got that one section right there. I do not want to go. Oh, come on, really? You're gonna make me fight on that one? Really? There we go. How big? Do we have two pieces of that? I know we just need both of those for that. Apparently we did. I guess those pieces there. So all this is being built from an Amazon box. So that's what we're using the boxes for now. My person who owns the building hasn't seen this yet. He's into this kind of stuff too. I haven't had time to show it to him, but I got to explain to him, like, yo, And my downtime, I'm literally building a whole medieval village. He's like, what? Because I told him every time I build something this crazy, like, what? You're building what? So, yeah, a whole medieval, piece by piece, literally. Man, he comes in and sees this stuff. Man, I know he's going to want some of this stuff, but we'll see where it goes. Right now, we're just building this whole thing because now I got this whole world now that I want to build. And I'm talking to this guy, a friend of mine. He writes books and stuff. He was like, "Yo, you got to do something with this." So I explained to him all the different characters and people that are involved and stuff like that. So he's interested now in just writing a book on it, putting a book on it. That'd be cool. I'd rather have it be a pop-up book. It's got to be a pop-up book. It's got to be. I want a big pop-up book. I don't want it to be a small book. I want it to be a big pop-up book. I love pop-up books. Now they have books with sound too. So we can add sound to it. That'd be cool. Kids would get a kick out of that. I'm an adult. I'll get a kick out of that. You can make it like the old-fashioned big story time books with a big tab, so you can basically use your page, your place when you're reading. That'd be cool. Tons of adventures in my head of stuff I want to basically build. I mean, there's entire worlds I want to put together involving this. But until we get the room, we can't build the rest of it. But we got enough here. Like I said, we got to see with the captain's boat. And we have the lighthouse with the sea monster and the ships, and you got the underwater world with that, and then you have the guy who's building the rocket, and pretty soon I want to show his rocket blasting off and to show it in outer space and then show it landing on a planet and then meeting these strange little aliens that with permission, he does bring one back with permission. So now we got a little alien in here somewhere. And the interesting thing about it, the alien and the robot know each other. They're good friends. We spoke of him when he was up there. You know, now the robot was a meteor at one point, like I said. So he knows of the meteor. The meteor orbits this planet all the time. He said, "This is what you are?" He turned me into a robot. He said, "Oh my goodness." So that's going to be pretty cool to have their little adventures too. They have their adventures too. And then still you have the ogre sitting out there in the enchanted garden with the unicorns. See it like an ogre. You want to grow flowers. There's nothing wrong with that. So everybody has a story. Even the ogres. They have their own story too. Their world, they're even interesting enough. They're interesting with the world themselves. They have their moments of laughter and they have their moments of sadness and happiness. They're just basically a little mixture, that's all. But in their own world, they're normal. Also too, the blacksmith and but good friends on top of that, because guess what, he builds a lot of his parts for him. Yeah, builds his structures, his parts. You can also go there to get parts, and you can go to his father, who basically made him. He makes parts for him. Sometimes the father may need something that the blacksmith can make for him because he doesn't have that equipment there. So the blacksmith does his job for that. this right here. What do you see when you see this? I see a blimp. I see the structure and the beginning build of a blimp. It's a little propeller. That's what I see. One day in one of the worlds, you'll see one. See a bunch of floating clouds. We've got a world with floating clouds. I know how to design it so the clouds look like they're levitating. And you'll see these blimps. How did the blimps become to be? A sea captain that wanted to sail the skies. So he built the blimp. These are the chartering skies. Now anything that flies would know him, of course. The machines and the robot and the dragon would know him. Of course, the dragon would be curious by his machine of flight. How are you flying? He's looking at the machine now. He feel like it's interesting. Yep. So this is going to be a very interesting world we get done. So I can't wait to put it all together. And what time do we have right now? Oh, shoot. Let me see something here. Okay, we gotta go. Yep, I'm late for a meeting. Gotta go, people. Talk to you later.